उन्होंने नॉट किया शुरुआत, उन्होंने कर दिया, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सैम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए। It's a new week with a new set of groups, and this time I'm going to be your host, Castle Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Salty, and welcome to BGIS The Grind 2026. Salty, we've been watching for the past couple of weeks Group C and D duke it out against each other, but now it's time to flip the switch and watch Group A and B. Over the past year, these teams have been the best, which means the competition now is going to be even more intensified.
I guess the competition, the levels of competition that we've seen from Group C and D, it has gone much higher as compared to BGIS 2023 and 2024 as well as 2025. Now what I'm expecting is B and A, have they gone even better? Because of course, if you talk about Group A, there are certain teams who have now come back with international experience. Group B, they've gotten so much better. I just want to see some much needed BGMI action at the very best.
And those teams you're speaking of are going to be OG and TrueRippers, which are of course going to be a part of Group A. But once again, dialing the conversation back towards the roster shuffles that we've been seeing over the past couple of months. And of course, a few changes inside of the playing floor as well. Even some of the big names have went through those. And even that does come into the picture.
Absolutely. I think there have been some massive changes. Namely, if you look at the squad of Wyld Fangs, who are going to be playing from Group B itself, they've gone in with a completely new roster. We have seen them inside of the showdown with Mania leading the charge. We saw SprayGod being one of the best assaulters, but then now this time the team is built around Sensi and SprayGod, the duo himself. How are these two players going to play together? I have no clue, but of course, before we move there, we have to talk about the format, Necro.
Of course, we got to talk about the format. We're currently inside of the grind, of course, and in the week 1 we did see Group C and D duke it out against each other. Of course, that entire competition lasted till the week 2 itself, and now we're currently inside of the week 3 where we're going to have Group A and B once again duke it out against each other. From Group C and D, the bottom 8 teams specifically from Group D directly went on towards the round 1. The top 8 teams went on towards the round 2.
Yeah, of course. And of course, since Group B and A are going to be playing, it is very important to understand that the top 8 teams from Group A, they are going to be moving to the quarterfinals, which is extremely important because there is going to be no elimination, ladies and gentlemen. 24 teams from 17th to 48th move towards the wild card. And of course, if you are in the top 16 inside of the quarterfinals, you make it straight to the semi-finals, which is extremely important. I think for Group A, this is going to be a very high stakes affair. And of course, we move on from the semi-finals to the grand finals, which is going to take place from the 27th of March to 29th of March.
That's crazy, right? For Group A, it's such a major leap that they're going to take inside of the entire tournament. A direct slot towards quarterfinals, which means they're also avoiding any elimination rounds, which is absolutely crazy if you think about it. But what exactly is on the line? That's also going to be this massive prize pool of 2 crore rupees. And of course, let's keep this thing in mind. The prize pool can also increase over the time.
Sir.
And then we've got the champion getting 60 lakhs as of now.
Absolutely. The champion 60 lakhs. It can also go higher, just like you mentioned. Runners-up will actually get themselves 30 lakh rupees as well. Second runners-up with 20 lakhs, which is, of course, a life-changing amount. But have a look at this. Everybody who actually makes it to the grand finals wins at least something. Even the 15th and the 16th position teams, they go home with their 2.5 lakhs each themselves, which is brilliant because I think making it to the grand finals inside of the biggest stage, inside of the biggest tournament in India, it is incredible.
Exactly. Then we also speak of some individual accolades, and even that's right there on the screen. Best IGL getting 2 lakhs, the best clutch getting 1 lakh, MVP of the grand finals getting 1,50,000. Imagine that much amount of money just for one individual player. That's a lot of money already. And of course, let's keep this thing in mind that the prize pool is going to increase even more over time. We've also got the points distribution popping up on the screen. 10 position points for the first placing team. We've been looking at the same points distribution for the past couple of years now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the most important part of this points distribution is that 1 point per finish, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in the battlegrounds, if you are in any of the maps, all you've got to care about is getting those finish points because you know it. Getting those finishes can actually boost up your stats. standings. We saw so many teams actually miss out on that upper bracket run because of the couple of points inside of Group C and D. But talking about today's matches, we do start our journey with the map of Rondo, where Group B is going to be playing the initial 3 matches. So the REM format still continues: Rondo, Erangel, and then of course you end the day with 2 Miramars.
Exactly, and Group B is going to be the one to kick things off this time on the map of Rondo, and then later on Group A will proceed on with the remaining 3 games. Let's not forget, inside of Group A, as I mentioned, they've got massive teams. Of course, you can't say T1 teams of this entire region. And you can also remember one thing: these teams are directly going to have a chance to move on towards the quarterfinals of the BGIS 26. Speaking of Group B, we've got the entirety of Group B popping up on the screen. Genesis Esports, Vanguard, RIE, TWOB, EVOX. We've been looking at these teams over the past couple of years.
Absolutely. You've also got teams like 40R, NoNx Esports, Team X Esports as well. LASTADE official, LASTADE Esports, by the way, TKM, KE, Team Tamilas, and H4A. All of these names, by the way, they've actually undergone a little bit of those name changes, but the players, when you actually see them inside of the squads, they are very well-known players. Every single one of them have had competitive experience so far. But a couple of names which I am going to be watching out for has to be Team Tamilas, Wyld Fangs, and Genesis. I want to know your thoughts, Necro. Any team which actually stands out for you?
Hey, let's not forget about SINEWY, right? In
Absolutely.
2025, SINEWY was making waves, especially inside a showdown. We did see SINEWY would do quite decent. It's an unfortunate spectrum that they were not able to qualify towards the grand finals. But still, SINEWY, before that tournament, SINEWY was doing pretty good in the third-party events. So, yes, that is one of those teams to look out for. H4K as well, sort of a dark horse. I do believe if you give them the right momentum, H4K is someone that can really steal it and run away.
You know, I think one team that we are actually missing out on has to be Zutsu Esports, because they have a couple of experienced players on the block. They've got Nigel in the form of Ash, who we know has been existing since almost forever, by the way. They've got a very good players in the form of Flock. They've got Veyron77 as well. I feel like Zutsu Esports will be one of the teams to watch out for. But talking about casters' predictions, Necro, it seems like this gets very interesting over here.
I personally went with Team Tamilas because I do believe the experience as well comes inside of the picture. Macy as well going with Team Tamilas. What did you go with? Wyld Fangs. Of course, it's not even a surprise. You're going with your boys. NoNx, chosen from Icy Baby. Maisie going with Team Tamilas. Robin going with SINEWY. You've got Sparrow as well with Wyld Fangs. And Ankybot going with EVOX. We have seen EVOX in 2025 in BGIS, and this team was actually doing pretty decent.
They certainly were, and I guess EVOX, they were LHS back then when they were playing in. Karlan, you've got Shadow, you've got Spy, Evil. We've seen how good these players are, especially on the maps of Miramar. By the way, we'll have to find out, can they adapt on the map of Rondo? Because one thing that we have seen so far inside of Group C and D is that Rondo sets the pace, while the rest of the teams, they just chase on the maps of Erangel and Miramar. Is that going to happen here as well?
It's really tough to say, to be honest. Since the competition's going to be so tight, Group B, there's someone that we've never seen in the past. And let's not forget, even inside of the rosters, there have been a few shuffles. 1 or 2 players taking a change. Even the substitution is going to come into picture. So anything can happen. It's really unpredictable. I am also going to be looking forward towards TWOB. I do believe that's one of those teams as well that can possess a lot of potential if you give them the right circumstances.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you've got LASTADE Esports, players like Stone BGMI. You've got players like Gyro God, Deba OP, as well as Manager. We've seen these players before. We've seen 40R before as well. Z-God comes back in the picture as well. This time out, 40R, I think last season it wasn't really the best of seasons, where we were getting a couple of those chicken dinner performances, but consistency was not really up to the mark for them. This time, when they played 24 matches inside of the grind, they've got an opportunity to fine-tune all of those mistakes before they step inside the main event.
The main problem with 40R was that it was just pain in life, constantly bringing in those good performances while the other players were struggling with inconsistency. And I hope this time 40R has figured stuff out. Of course, Pain is Life is going to bring in that performance, but I really hope even Z-God's able to bring in some good positive numbers.
One very important team we're getting has to be Genesis Esports. They were fantastic last season, being IGL by Gravity. You've got teams, you've got players like Viper as well as Hunters. It's going to be interesting to find out, ladies and gentlemen, if they are going to be capable enough on this first map, which is going to be the map of Rondo. Watch out for it.
The The planes in the skies for the first time for Group B this time. And since it's the day one of the week 3, it's a new and a fresh week. And speaking of a fresh rondo, I'm expecting a lot of bloodbath off the rip. I'm expecting a lot of aggressive plays, and towards NoNx Factory, I'm expecting a chunk of teams dropping down and eliminating each other.
Absolutely. You've got this flight path which is kind of tilted on towards that western side of the map, which doesn't really matter because the majority of the teams, they are going to be dropping in around that stadium region, around Thin Long Garden, maybe Dunching, and some might even go towards Jadena City to actually get the recall tower as well as those initial battles. But something which is very interesting, and Spiro had mentioned this at the start of the day, that we've seen initially a couple of these names, they are going to be making the mark on the first 2 days of the grind itself. Meanwhile, the first 5, I guess, positions on the overall standings might get completely occupied, leaving just the 7th and the 8th position for comebacks. It is extremely important for all 16 of these teams inside of Group B to make a strong start, but which one is going to succeed in doing that? That's going to be a big question. You've got these teams, a little bit of a cluster forming on that northern part. You've got EVOX as well as a Rising Esports around in the vicinity. We've seen Dragon OP for a while now. He has been a part of that Tier 1 circuit. Do you think can Rising Esports make a mark?
Am I watching this right? There's no one heading towards NoNx Factory. It's a little bit weird. And now we've got a cluster of teams around this vicinity. Team Tamilas taking a fight against Wyld Fangs, Genesis Esports as well in nearby proximity. And Team Tamilas, they're somehow finding positive trades. They're coming out on top in these duels. And Team Tamilas, now they've got the man advantage. The fallen player, Mr. IGL, will be back up on his feet. And it's a really good feat for Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas has been known for their passive approach, but this time we're seeing an aggressive one.
They will be forced to go aggressive in these initial moments, but fight is not over yet because in the distance you can spot these players from Genesis Esports, and it seems like they've struck. Finish feed also popping in for Wyld Fangs, who are also fighting, by the way. Goten, we have seen this lad perform quite brilliantly, but as of yet, it seems like Genesis Esports, they make the move. Zap in the front lines, being led, of course, by Gravity. Viper and Hunters, 2 players to watch out for inside of 2025. Can they replicate the same performance?
Fox wanted to have that surprise effect, but he messed up big. To take those shots, but none of them connect. And now Genesis Esports knows exactly what's going on above them. But how do they approach this fight? That's the question. They had those utilities, they tossed them out as well. Genesis is taking a bit of that damage upon themselves. And Fox, he was on the verge of finding that knock. Extremely close. Fox is taken down himself, so he cannot even peek out just like that. The man surviving barely on any sort of HP. Players getting knocked out from Genesis Esports. Concerns now starting to rise once again. Genesis, they make the climb against Fox, and Fox is all by himself, gets pre-fired down to death. Genesis Esports, phenomenal stuff coming through from them. Firepower has always been on par for this team. They've been really good when it comes to taking fights. And once again, Genesis Esports, they're doing a fantastic job. All the players from Team Tamilas eliminated in this spot, and that's why you see the recalls instantly being hit.
Team EVOX as well, they've taken a little bit of hurt. Have a look at this from the distance. It is going to be Team X Esports and Team EVOX duking it out. Jonty quite low on HP, Spy from Team EVOX on his knees already. Now this is a fight which Team X Esports could have dominated, but the loss of that early man seems like will kind of hinder their experience. Now look at this! A little bit of a long-distance engagement between X Esports and EVOX over there. Shots coming in from Lion as the tracking comes through. Shadow taking a lot of damage, but it seems like he will whiz past. Move towards the recall towers, can he?
EVOX as of now seems good and dandy. The man's still alive, so that's a good thing. The man's going to make it out alive. 2 elimination points secured, so EVOX definitely is going to feel themselves a little bit better. Looking at the way that cluster was forming around that first fight, Genesis Esports is still there, right next to H4K. Wyld Fangs is all around the fray, and Wyld Fangs is not really chiming inside of the fight yet. Taking their sweet little time to understand what exactly is going on around them. Godin, he can hear those footsteps, still waiting for someone to make that first mistake and expose himself. And Viper might just do it. Look at Godin's angle. This angle is actually pretty goated. And look at Viper. He's soon going to move out in the open. If he makes that mistake for Godin, that's going to be free frag.
Genesis Esports, by the way, had the information that Wyld Fangs was in their compounds. Will they take the risk of moving out in the open? It doesn't really seem like, but elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Vanguard Esports. You've got Dionysus, who is on the offense. You've got Anish TWOB as well, who was brilliant inside of the showdown. We saw them pull some amazing feat. This time it seems like they are going to be starting on a passive note. The NoNx Esports, they've gotten themselves 3 eliminations, all 3 coming in from Arthur, by the way. It's going to be interesting to find out, can he land the 4th as AimGod gets taken down, Necro?
Does get taken down, but Arthur, the big man's still alive. So that's a really good thing. NoNx can keep on funneling in those elimination points. And for Vanguard, all the men, once again, with a lot of experience. They got to be the actual Vanguards and make sure that no one is able to steal the points away against him. 2 players want to make the pounce on Arthur, but even Arthur is really making it tough for the opponents. And look at these parkour moves. Some off angles being held from Arthur. Waiting for Vanguard to just pop out in the open in the front and make some mistake. Position's not compromised yet, and look at Vanguard. They're making a big mistake. Anuj TWOB. He was taking those shots, but luckily enough for Anuj, the man from Vanguard, he's okay. NoNx Rapidos down. Arthur is still right there around the corner. He peeks out, but he messes up big time. Arthur, you can now whip shots like that, and Anuj TWOB gets a second shot at life, and he will make the most out of it.
Vanguard Esports, they get off the mark quite brilliantly. In fact, NoNx Esports, they are going to be in trouble. As the man in form has been taken down, needs to go in for that recall, by the way. Dionysus understands the risk of moving outside the compound because NoNx Esports, they're still outside in the vicinity. A little bit of open space, they are going to be taking that opportunity away from you. But Anuj TWOB, it's been a good start for this lad.
NoNx, they're taking heavy damage. They need to be cautious. The man's barely surviving on 1 HP. Even if 1 bullet connects, that will be an absolute nightmare for NoNx. But he still somehow makes the dash. He's alive. It's all good and dandy. Barely surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Look at the finish points, by the way. Genesis Esports, they've picked up 3 SINEWY Esports. They are yet to actually make their mark. All their recalls have been utilized. Can be a little detrimental to their progress inside. But have a look at this, Genesis and Wyld Fangs. They're still looking to lock horns. One player I'm actually going to be watching out for has to be Kanha, because of course we know how good Goten and Spray God is. We know how good Sensei is, by the way. But Kanha is a new name in the picture. Can he fit in well? Can he understand the aggression of Wyld Fangs will be the question for sure. Have a look at this. A little bit of chase action falling through NoNx Esports. They are looking to chase down Dionysus as he goes down the ground.
Way too easy for AimGod. Gets that confirmation, instantly backs away. And for Vanguard, that's going to be a big punch in the gut. A big blow they need to try and recover from. Even Team Tamilas, they almost made a big mistake. Getting the close proximity of NoNx is not going to be your ideal start to the game. Even for NoNx, they've lost out in 2 men. They want to get the recalls. Do they have it, though? That's my question. And that will be a problem. 4TR. 3 men still standing. Morty's going to be the casualty.
NoNx Esports, I think problems will arise because they've already used 3 of their e-calls and now just 2 players stand alive in the midst of a fight. This is going to be problematic for sure, but 4TR official, it is going to be Z-God holding the compound for himself, paying his life from the outside, look to distract the opponents. The shotguns do go ham, but it seems like damage hasn't been inflicted.
What?
Now he has been knocked out as well.
Oh, Pain and Life. A little bit of a problem while he tried to vault that window. He pulled back for a second, and that's why the man got knocked. So yeah, for Payne's live, I'm pretty sure the man's going to be kicking himself after this. Rising Esports. There's 4TR in the front. Both the players from the side of Rising Esports, they've taken decent bit of damage. And this Molotov, it's going to be on point. The man's literally on fire. Taking that constant tick damage. And Shub, with this S12K, he wants to push it up close and personal. He does find one, but the second one's going to be impossible. The players had a perfect crossfire, and they instantly get the proper trade. Rising Esports still in the game, but 4TR, they instantly get the recalls back in. Payne is live once again. He wants to press on the matters. He wants to punish the players of Rising Esports. And Rising, they're going for the revival. There's still Rico up close and personal. And Rico, his job is to bring in that stability.
It's going to be a little hard for Team Rising Esports to get the reset, but 4TR, they've actually given them the time to go about it. This needs to get cooked up. Rising Esports, they understand that all of these players, they have come back, so all that fight That's been nullified. They have gotten themselves 3 eliminations already. Beautiful nade comes in. Pain is live. Can't really hold on to the top of the terrace for long now. His position has been found out. Rising Esports, they are going to keep on chiming in those utility. As long as this man does not get knocked out, I feel like for 4TR, it is going to be a stronghold.
It indeed will be. And how does this happen? How is 4TR getting ripped apart? Rising Esports, they don't even have the proper man number, but they're still somehow coming out on top. These 2 players standing for Rising Esports can definitely be a big glimmer of hope. Rico was trying to use some throw bolts, but no positive trade found from those. 4TR, once again, now going for that revival on the fallen comrade. The man's going to be back upon his feet. No, the moment I say so, another man falls down. 4TR, mistakes after mistakes. They're making too many problems for themselves. Z-God, the man had his hands on the explosive bow. He was constantly utilizing it to try and soften the players up, but now it's just one man, Z-God. I'm not sure what else he can do. UMP 45 up close. It's going to fall short against the shotguns. All it takes is one pump from it. And now Z-God is still trying his best to fight back, and he does win one of the duels. He's taken down way too low. The Blues also going to be chipping out some damage, so Z-God needs to be a little bit more quick. Z-God, oh my God, he's on the verge of actually winning this. He softened up the second man so low, but even he himself is taken down to barely any sort of HP.
He needs those bandages to patch himself up. That could have actually been a beautiful clutch, by the way. Not really taking in the time, still banking the fate on his shoulders, of course. That could have actually been a beautiful clutch, by the way. Can go in for those revives in his fallen comrades, but beautiful stuff coming from Z-God over there. 2 knocks in quick succession without a lot of HP to work with. That is brilliant. And of course, we saw how tagged up his helmet was. Just the UMP in his arms. And he managed to do so much damage. Have a look at this Rising Esports. They are creating the flank coming in from the left-hand side. Beard Baba as well as Nova. They want to actually get all the finishes up. But this seems like 4TR. They've been caught. They've been trapped.
Both the players are too low. All it takes is one little bullet connection. And that's going to seal the deal against 4TR. And that's what's happening. Yuba hands out the death blow to one of the players. They need to wrap this fight up as soon as possible. The Blues on the move as well soon, so they got to be quick. 4TR. Look at Shoop. He knows exactly where the foes are. But he's only got the UMP to work with, but he still threats that needle. Finds one. The second man's down low. He needs to peek out once again and get that one bullet connection done. But no! That's going to be the man from Rising Esports to come out on top as Yubi. He saves the day.
6 eliminations for Rising Esports, but problems don't end because it is EVOX who come in to paint the picture. Paint the picture with blood, by the way. Blood from Rising Esports. Yuva, the last man left alive, and no real HP to work with as well. And of course, for Rising Esports, they do have the recall, but I don't believe he will be allowed to go back to those recall towers. This is brilliant timing coming in from EVOX, by the way. Spy, just next to this door, does have the shotgun to work with, but it's only about a little bit of information. How many players do stay alive? The nades, they're waiting for it to pop up. Evil as well, looking to get those grenades right in position. They aren't aware of where exactly this man is.
EVOX a little bit scared, though, I'm not going to lie. Don't know exactly where the man was, but yeah, there we go. Finally sniff him out, and Yuva's eliminated. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we've got Genesis Esports taking a fight against another one of those teams. And that's going to be LSDE. And looking at the way Genesis Esports have been taking these fights, it's been impressive. Constantly taking fights, coming out on top. This time as well, barrel stuffing the foes down. The fight's now down to a 3-on-2, and Genesis Esports, their aggression is not going to be stopped anytime soon. Hunters! He tried his best, but his best was not enough. As it will be LASTADE to come out on top.
That was a brilliant attempt, by the way, Necro. Feel like Hunter's in that position through the smoke. His shotguns were so precise, gotten so much damage against LASTADE Esports. But of course, the last man, it seemed like Viper, he was expecting some support from his best friend, but that was not really in position. Viper getting taken down early on. Genesis Esports, one of those teams we were watching out for. Rondo did certainly not go their way, but one team who is definitely having a feast has to be Wyld Fangs, because have a look at this. On the top of that DOA status, sitting comfortably, they've gotten all 4 recalls available. But more than that, they've also gotten the highest number of elimination points. This is beautiful.
It indeed is beautiful. And look at TWOB, Emperor. He gets eliminated by the blue. Unfortunate. I had my eyes pinned on TWOB, but a few mistakes that can really cost him the game. And look at Wyld Fangs. The fact that they've got 8 finish points already acquired, and they haven't even used a single recall. That is insane. Wyld Fangs are doing a great job in surviving and also taking fights and coming out on top. That's been crazy from the side of Wyld Fangs.
They also have gotten themselves a lovely position inside the circle from the map feed that we have. They've gotten themselves compounds to work with. A little bit of roads and pathways that lead to the center of the circle as well. With no real threat around, I feel like Wyld Fangs, they have had a good start.
If you look at the right side of the map, though, you've got SINEWY, NoNx, and another team just in the close proximity. That's going to be TKM. 3 teams right next to each other. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. The moment a fight happens, there's going to be an instant third party from the other team. If NoNx and TKM somehow do engage, there's going to be third party from SINEWY, and that's going to be free points for SINEWY. And as of now, SINEWY's taken a bit of that back step. NoNx is also one of those teams that you can never really rule out in a fight. They are pretty solid, and we have seen a bit of that glimmer in the past. As of now, though, Zutsu, another experienced banner. You've got players like Baron, Siraj, and Ash. Hopefully this time the experience is going to be shining through because we know what exactly happened in Showdown.
They've actually opted to keep Siraj on the bench and give some playtime to Noddy. Now this is going to be interesting. For Zutsu Esports, I guess they want to rely on that young firepower Noddy.
Or maybe an experimental phase, I guess.
Maybe an experimental phase, but I don't believe they're going to be experimenting right from the get-go itself. But, of course, we will find out as the tournament does progress. Have a look at this. It seems like Wyld Fangs, they are sort of in trouble because it seems like Goten and Sensei are the only 2 players alive. Goten has had a fantastic game so far. 4 eliminations on the board. Shotguns in place, but it seems like from the play zone itself, Wyld Fangs, they're getting caught behind Team Tamilas, and this push has been massive.
Oh, the man took too much damage. Mr. IGL, he needed to patch herself up, and that's what he does. For some reason, Mr. IGL wasn't able to steal that elimination point away, which is quite unfortunate. Fox OP's falling prey as well. Mr. IGL, you gotta be quick. Gets his hands on a few more first aid and boosters. So yeah, as of now, Team Tamilas seems good, but it's just one man standing, so I'm not exactly sure how much faith I want to put in them. And even that one man is being held.
I'd love to see a replay of what exactly happened because Team Tamilas and Wyld Fangs both were quite safe. But now have a look at this. As soon as Mr. IGL steps out in the open, it is going to be Team NoNx Esports. Just spray them down. It is Sensei who is trying to move in closer to the center of the circle all by himself. Team NoNx Esports understood the fact that there might just be a couple of those loose stranglers toward the south side of the circle as they completely dominate that periphery. But yeah, going back to that fight against Team Tamilas and Wyld Fangs, it seems like the Team Tamilas hit was beautiful because Spray, Kanha as well as Goten, 3 players getting taken down in a flash.
The funny part is I was just praising Wyld Fangs a while ago, saying that they haven't even used a single recall.
Exactly. And now they can't even do that.
To them. Yeah, this is what happens to them. Worst possible time to lose your players.
But nonetheless, it is going to be Team H4K, who are in the middle of nowhere, by the way. They are quite decently near the circle right now, at least. They've got this couple of dips to play around with, but teams surrounding them from all sides. It is going to be Zutsu Esports coming in from their backlines. We'll talk about that, but it seems like another one of our teams. It is going to be TKM who are pushing up. It is going to be NoNx under fire inside of this factory region. The warehouse explodes as a couple of these nades do sail in. Vanguard from the distance can also do a third party, but it seems like the first man from TKM is going to go down.
Zutsu, even they're right around the corner. NoNx, if they do take this fight, there's going to be an instant third party. Let's not forget there was also SINEWY in the close proximity, but luckily enough, SINEWY's taken an exit. They went away from this spot. NoNx, Aim God. Seems a little bit safe, but still anonymous. He's trapped against the foes. Constantly trying to break free of the shackles, and the connections, they are pretty good. Anonymous through the smoke. He's able to find one of the knocks, and that's quite crucial too. And look at Aim God. Incredible stuff, but aim got as well. Gets third-partied. Shot in the back by a whole different team, and that's going to be LASTADE.
LASTADE Esports. 7 eliminations for this team already. Shared between just 2 lads. Now this is what you call a partnership. Have a look at this, Lucifer, all by himself. TKM, not really a lot of cover. Vanguard Esports, a lot of experience in this lineup. We've seen Insidious, we've seen Dionysus, but Dionysus is on his knees right now. Insidious, the lone strangler. Can he bring back his fallen comrade? Will be a big question, of course. And here, H4K, they seem to be in trouble. EVOX from the distance, they are making their way inside. With, of course, these lovely little nades as they explode once again. Shadow strikes. Another one of their players do come in. EVOX, they are looking hungry.
Issues now starting to rise at H4K. They're dropping down men. Even from the back, it was TKM taking the advantage off this entire fight. And TKM, they steal the last elimination point away to themselves. But look at this nade from Vanguard. Instantly, even TKM follows that same path as they've been eliminated too from this game. Vanguard, not a good spot to play with. Only 2 men still standing. Dionysus is one of them. And Insidious being the second. Constant shots towards this house. And at this point, it seems like Insidious is not going to be able to stay alive for too long. The vehicle's on the verge of being exploded. And this is the only vehicle they've got for quick transportation. And SINEWY, they're constantly just mowing down the lawns with the M416 spray.
The intensity of the lobby is so much higher than Group C and D Necro. This is beautiful, by the way. We are inside the 6th stage, ladies and gentlemen, and we only have 5 teams and 17 players alive inside of the lobby. And SINEWY Esports, they've done a beautiful job in evading all of those fights early on, keeping their men alive. 3 players still stand tall, as they are the only team inside of the circle. Not a lot of finishes to show off for, but they certainly can make the end game count, and that is exactly where SINEWY's strength lies, isn't it?
Indeed. The circle is wall shifting out in the open. Not exactly no man's land. There's still SINEWY inside of that zone. You've also got KE right around the corner. That's KALINGA. And KALINGA, if they do want to make it inside of the circle, it also means they need to leave that comfort zone. The moment they do so, there's going to be EVOX taking those shots. There's also going to be NoNx Esports taking shots. Even SINEWY is probably going to try to chime inside of the action and get a few elimination points if they can. So yeah, for KALINGA Esports, it seems like they're surrounded and trapped.
Love the fact that EVOX Esports, they are moving from strength to strength, but this circle is going to force them out in the open. SINEWY Esports, lovely lines of sight for this team, as they also get shot from the back. It is KALINGA Esports. You just mentioned that the only team who potentially just hold hard covers inside of the circle do have the option of trying to trouble the scorers a little bit. They haven't really done so. 0 elimination on their feed itself. KALINGA Esports now are finally making the move, Necro.
PMWIGL in a bit of that off-centric spot. EVOX Shadow. Look at the amount of shots the man's taken. You got to find some connections through the smoke, and eventually he does. LASTADE Esports, not a good spot at all. But it is something now they need to work with. It's time to make something out of nothing. The amount of smokes they have tossed as well. Burning through too many utilities. The smokes is, of course, going to give them a little bit of that cover, but not for too long. SINEWY Esports now in a fight against the players of EVOX. And EVOX, they need to be careful off the back lines of KALINGA Esports. Because even KALINGA's taking those shots, and one of the big man's down.
It seems to be like a death trap for EVOX, by the way. They are out in the open. They've got just these couple of dips and the deployable covers to work with. But the fact is, they are so pincered against SINEWY Esports, so fixated on SINEWY Esports. They aren't really focusing on KALINGA Esports from the back line. So when once again just being so successful. Spray down against Moksh. Finds a knock. From the other side, it seems like the nades don't keep stopping. EVOX also wants to chime into the picture, get a couple of these nades in. SINEWY Esports are trapped in the shack.
Yeah. And KALINGA, as of now, they're completely focused on EVOX. They don't even care about anything else. They just care about EVOX. KALINGA knows that's the only team that's going to be a big competition and a massive threat. Maybe even NoNx Esports, since Monty, the man's actually sneaked up close and personal. KALINGA Esports, EVOX, and SINEWY Esports. It's a big triple threat. A trifecta of death. While LASTADE Esports, they're just now trying to stay in the back lines and wait for these teams to eliminate each other. NoNx Esports is going to be a major threat for LASTADE, but as long as LASTADE keep their position anonymous, things should be good.
I love that Monty, the one lad from NoNx Esports, has actually taken such a centric spot inside the circle. Just gives his team so much breathing room. Have a look at the mini-map. They are so beautifully spread. They are playing in for the chicken dinner, of course. But EVOX, can they come out on top from this angle? It remains to be a question. As long as SINEWY Esports stay alive, it seems like EVOX will be denied any entry spot inside the circle. And from the backlines, KALINGA Esports have always caused them trouble. Kalin now wants to take this player out. Seems like Archie is doing a brilliant job in holding this team back. EVOX Esports need to find a way to break this deadlock open, Necro.
True. Archie's in the back lines. A bit of that separation for KALINGA. But once again, they're relying heavily on Archie this wall. That's another thing. And if Archie's not able to find the value, then problems will continue. EVOX now in close proximity. And KALINGA from the back, they find a beautiful strike. Archie, the man who was separated from the pack, he once again does a fantastic job in finding the openings. KALINGA Esports, even NoNx Esports is now taking shots against him, and Archie is constantly keeping the players of EVOX on their toes. But now finally the rescue operation comes into the picture as Archie is now picked in the vehicle. NoNx Esports, one massive threat left for KALINGA and their way to chicken dinner. SINEWY Esports eliminated by EVOX. That was the leftover. KALINGA now shifting their focus once again back towards the boys of EVOX, because NoNx Esports, as of now, they're not too focused on KALINGA.
You know, EVOX, they are battling two things at once right now. They're battling the fours, they are battling the blues. It is too difficult for them to survive as a couple of these players, they are on their knees as well, but they're still trying to push in through. This is beautiful stuff.
Oh my god.
Kalin, the backlines will get knocked out. Evil is still alive. Spy can get revived, but does he have the time is the question, not really. Spy gets taken down. Evil is the only man who is left alive. The smokes have been deployed already, but it seems like KALINGA Esports, they know this man is going to come out and he gets taken down. KALINGA Esports, this is a chance to strike 6 eliminations on board, and they are doing so well inside of the final circle.
Oh, but look at Gyrogod. The man has the surprise element, but he just gave it away. He could have actually found a successful knock against NoNx Esports, but he revealed his position and whiffed all the shots, Salty. That X Factor, it was gone. But it also means that NoNx Esports now just has a major chance of winning the game. And what a way to kick things off for this entire group. NoNx Esports against the boys of KALINGA. Owen's position, that's brilliant. The off angle created, Owen finds the knock, and he instantly strikes him down. Confirmation follows up, now the fight's down to a 3-on-4. KALINGA with the man advantage, 7 finishes racked up so far. This can be a massive game for KALINGA.
Certainly will be. Monty had no idea that KALINGA Esports had deployed such a big flank. Look at this split on the minimap as well, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be PMWY IGL shots coming in from both ends, and both of them have been tagged in. KALINGA Esports are doing a phenomenal job in keeping Owen intact, but it seems like he's been knocked out. Look at Pratik, by the way. He's also set up a beautiful flank to work with. KALINGA Esports now are going to be aware it is going to be the battle of those utilities. Of course, as these nades and the artillery strike is there, it seems like if you find a position, you are going to be punished. BMW Jill is going to take the fall.
That was such an important knock. He was able to thread the needle, but still the trades, they're happening back and forth. Even KALINGA finds another knock. Oh, this is down to the wire. It's so close. Still tough to say who's going to be the one to come out on top. Both the players from KALINGA now spotted. Shots were taken from Adi, and that's going to be a crucial knock. Arch it down. Fights down to a 1-on-2. Revival is still possible. KALINGA Esports, if they do manage to stick the revival, that's going to be insane. But even NoNx Esports, they want to do the same thing. Pratik is closed in, and now even he's sticking that revival. If Pratik is able to get that revival, the man advantage will be in the hands of NoNx Esports. KALINGA, they need to do something right here, right now. Adi peeks back up. Once again, Pasha was right there. Shots were taken, but nothing found yet.
Seems like Team NoNx Esports, they are looking to close in the distance. Look at this, Adi from the sidelines, of course, the nades to come in.
Oh my god.
And have a look at this, 2 players in the front lines have been knocked out. KALINGA Esports, they're doing a brilliant job from their left-hand, right-hand flanks. They're coming in like eagles and striking from 2 different angles. Adi, of course, with the shotgun being extremely strong, but he's the only man who's been left alive inside of the smoke. The players haven't been found, and it seems like NoNx Esports, they strike the final blow. KALINGA Esports, they get the chicken dinner. Wonderfully done.
Yeah, that was some solid stuff. KALINGA Esports, To be honest, it is one of those teams that we expected greatness from, but the way they played in the first game, man, what a surprise it is. Especially when we thought that the opponents, X Esports, they've got the advantage. They were supposed to be the one to come out on top, but somehow X Esports messed up big.
They absolutely messed up big. I think that little move where Pratik went up in front to try and go in for the revive, I think that was an extremely risky move, by the way. KALINGA Esports knew that they had to deploy two separate wings on two different sides, and they came in converging at the center. That was brilliant stuff with Adi, the only man surviving. There's no way he was surviving.
I know, right? Hey, you know what? Let's relive all that moment once again and know exactly how the final few moments happened. X Esports, it felt like they were controlling a massive terrain, but still KALINGA Esports, the way they were constantly focused firing on the players of EVOX. And for EVOX, it just blows. There was X Esports taking shots against him, SINEWY as well was taking a fight, even the players of KALINGA Esports was taking shots, and then even the blue was on the move. So for EVOX, they were done for.
I think for EVOX, they had to suffer one of the hardest fate inside of the circle. There was no way EVOX was surviving, potentially moving in for the chicken, but this was close, by the way. X Esports and KALINGA Esports. What a performance in the first game of the map of Rondo, ladies and gentlemen. You do get to see the winner chicken dinner stats as 3 on Arshit. Pasha OP came up with 5 finishes of his own, and ONOG with 2 eliminations. Now that is a 10 elimination performance right from the get-go.
Those are some pretty solid stats, I'm not gonna lie. PMWIGL, a little bit lacking when it comes to fragging department, but still KALINGA Esports, they did do quite a good job, and that's why now they've got 20 points in the overall standings. Nothing taken away from X Esports though. Even they were able to poke up a few players, if I'm not wrong, in the end moments. So yes, they do have a decent bit of elimination points too, but at the end of the day, chicken dinner is what matters, so they will be there, but on the second spot.
Absolutely. Now, two teams, majority of the casters were actually watching out for Team Tamilas and Wyld Fangs. They had some sort of a start, but then could not really convert. That was a fight which I still feel I want to watch, because what just happened over there, nobody knew.
I'm not even sure what exactly goes on with Team Tamilas. It just feels like classic Team Tamilas once again for 2024, 2025. We have seen a big dip in the performance from Team Tamilas, no matter what sort of combination they try to bring in. It has never worked out that well for Team Tamilas. And once again, right now in the first game, it felt like that fight should have been theirs. But still somehow Team Tamilas messed up. The blue was on the move as well. Mr. Igil stayed back, patched himself up, but still constant problems were there.
Absolutely. Now, Team Tamilas is one of those lineups, I think, that hasn't really changed forever. They have not gone in for any transfers, but still, it's not working out. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out if they can actually make amends on the map of Erangel and Miramar, but that happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind 2026 as Group B action just commenced and the first game just got done and dusted. It was the map of Rondo where KALINGA Esports got themselves the chicken dinner, and of course X Esports coming in with the second position. Joining alongside with me is going to be iSuper Johnny this time around to cover the maps of Erangel, and it is going to be very interesting because certain big names, namely Genesis Esports, Team Tamilas, they got eliminated extremely early on in the game. I want to know your thoughts about that entire game, Johnny.
I mean, it was interesting for sure. I mean, right off the bat, of course, a lot of aggression, but this time since it is Group B, and of course we have seen these players in the past put up phenomenal performances in their matches last year. So we had a lot of hope, and it was difficult to predict who would come out on top in team fights. But I enjoyed the action. As you were talking about the teams that got in early, I think the biggest surprise was Genesis Esports, because I looked at this team, 2 names grabbed my attention, in fact 3 of them, Zap, Viper and Hunters, and I was like, alright, they will just make sure that they are beating and winning every single team fight. That didn't happen. Surprisingly, Wyld Fangs was off to a great start, but then after those finish points, I think they just felt like they had done enough and were taken out.
I like that little adjective over there. Surprisingly, Wyld Fan had a great start. Now, this is something which we do associate with Sensei. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to surprise your teammates inside of the game, make sure you get yourself the Peaky Blinders set, because it looks amazing. One day, you're going to dress yourself up like Arthur Shelby or maybe even Thomas Shelby. And when you get inside the lobby, I'm pretty sure that all your crushes are going to get impressed. Something which isn't really happening in my case, I guess.
I mean, I think, let's be honest about it, majority of people are playing this game with their bros, so I don't know who you're trying to impress, Salty. It's not me.
You guys don't have female teammates? Now that is something which is very surprising. I never really knew that that was the case. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the last game has to be shadowed from Team EVOX. 5 eliminations from this lad. 867 points of damage, 4 knocks, and 23 minutes of survival time. Now, EVOX has had a decent outing. I feel like they had finish points to work with. They had all their 4 men alive, but it was just that blue zone which cost them so much trouble. In the top 5 players, you've got Pasha OP, Deva OP as well as Goten. And of course, for Wyld Fangs, I think it was the early game aggression which kind of paid off, but then their positioning in the mid game once again and their compound defense seems to be a little shaky as of yet.
I mean, it is, but let's see. I mean, that was Rondo, and again, Rondo at the start of a journey like this can be complicated, because you go back to last year and everyone would have watched those matches during the showdown, would have watched our teams and the boys perform on the international stage and picked up a few things. So everyone is prepared for Rondo right now, which makes it incredibly complicated at the start of the journey, that is. But we look at the point standings, KALINGA Esports, that 20-point start, it's good, but then you look at the teams behind them, it's not like they have a massive lead against everyone else, right? Yeah. Because Team X, they have 14, then you have LASTADE Esports with 13, EVOX with 13 as well, Wyld Fangs with 11, you have Vanguard with 10. So the point difference isn't the same as we were looking when we were watching the matches for Group C and Group D. This one is going to be intense through and through.
Absolutely. Something which we were talking about, which Rondo allows you to kind of set up a little bit of a vacuum in between you and the bottom half of the leaderboard. It seems like that has been nullified in this one. Have a look at this. I'm actually very happy about 2 teams, particularly Vanguard Esports and LASTADE Esports. I didn't expect Vanguard to actually come up with such a beautiful performance. Now, we've seen Dionysus in the past, we've seen Insidious as well, but these 2 players surviving till the late game, getting so many eliminations on board. The same with LASTADE Esports as well. We've heard so much about Stone BGMI and Gyrogod, but finally seeing them in action, it just feels good to be back.
I think we did notice those signs of brilliance from them when we used to watch them in the past. And I think this is one thing that was the point of conversation, that yes, these lads are incredible. They just need experience and they need to figure out how to maintain that composure when they are playing on that back foot inside of the match, heat of the moment. You're going to be a player down. And that is where the newer players that are not used to competing at this level sort of fumble, because they will panic, make sudden moves, aggress in a fight where they really should have held back, small little mistakes like that. Mechanically, they are there. They are equal as everyone else. So I think in terms of Dionysus, Insidious, Stone, BGMI, all the players you mentioned, this used to be the case up until last year. They have gained that experience. They have had time to practice. They have time to learn. They have time to grow. And now this BGIS 2026, the grind, this is their place to showcase all of their learnings and showcase that they are going to be the ones who are competing for the trophy now.
That is just the start of the journey, by the way, because a long journey awaits. 24 matches to be played inside of Group B and A. And of course, one interesting change is going to be the fact that you're only going to be playing 3 matches every single day. So any mistakes that you make, you can go back to the drawing board, come back later on. Group B particularly, they have played their map of Rondo. Now they are going to be playing their 2 maps of Erangel, where I am expecting 40R to actually make a comeback, because that was one incident where It's been a long time we've seen Z got in top flight, but that was a good clutch, and I see some signs of life from that lad.
It was a good clutch, but I was upset about that fight. I mean, I expected a little bit more coordinative play coming in from 4TR, so I don't know what was happening in that conflict, the close quarters compound. Z was incredible, but then again, opportunity will be there. You have expectations from them on Erangel. It is time for us to find out what the result on Erangel is going to be like as the game begins.
And the big bird goes back up to the skies once again, ladies and gentlemen, as Group B begin their second game of their journey inside our BGIS, the Grind 2026. And this time it is going to be the map of Erangel. I love to see this flight path, by the way. It kind of starts off on towards the western part of the map, extremely far end towards the western side. Starts off from Georgia Pole, moves in towards Ferry PM military base. Now, majority of the teams who love the Georgia Pole area, Rozok, School, as well as Primorsk and military base, they're going to be happy, they're going to be good and dandy. But anybody who wants to go towards Yasnaya Poliana, maybe towards Shelter, maybe towards Milton, now all of you guys will have to struggle for sure. One thing is for certain, I guess I am going to be watching out for those initial drop collisions. But considering the fact that this is a lobby where the majority of the teams are experienced, I guess the drops are going to be a little spread out. So are we expecting a rather passive start to the map of Erangel?
I mean, it can happen, but again, with the experience bunch, one of the factors that you need to keep in mind is that all of these players are very good at punishing even the smallest of mistakes that are made by their opponents. So those punishes become important because that is where you are able to find those extra points for yourself and, of course, put up additional pressure on the opponents. You were talking about 4TR at the very start of the game, a soft drop clash along with the players of Vanguard, KALINGA Esports, but this is going to be an all-out war. Wyld Fangs dropping down in the same compound as TKM Esports, and this time it is just going to be down to those shanks. Finally, with the weapons in hands, TKM, in a matter of seconds, just wipe the Fangs off the map. This is not the start of the journey we were looking or hoping for.
The Fangs have been wildered out in the wilderness, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the night mob just came up with the mob and destroyed those Fangs. And have a look at that, the most experienced team inside of this club. Should I say the most experienced team? Because, of course, you've got Kanha in the picture, but nonetheless, seems like that is going to be a crushing end, a crushing blow. Came in for the vehicle, but nobody expected. But have a look at this. For the night mobs, it seems like problems are still going to be there because another team is in the close lines.
I just want to say one thing. As you were talking about, Wyld Fangs, one of the most experienced rosters. But my personal opinion, this could be a hot take. They are also a loose cannon. You never know what is going to happen with Wyld Fangs. Like, for example, Rondo, great start, 10 points, right? What was this?
I mean, it does happen, especially when you've got these flight paths which kind of tilt towards one side of the map. You can't really go to a drop location. TKM and Wyld Fangs had just one approach, that is to get that vehicle in control. But it seems like Wyld Fangs were unlucky on that occasion, not really getting any weapon.
There were two players outside, 2v1ing one guy with knives, and they could not get any damage on him. What is that about as well? Like, whoa. So, drop clashes, yes. They, at a certain extent, are going to be about luck as to who picks up that weapon on the floor first. But in a situation like that, where you have a man isolated, his entire team is taking down your boys indoors, I think a little bit of coordination would have also helped at least secure maybe just 1 point in this game. But again, that was just lucky on the part of TKM as well, that they found that weapon, got to that in their hands first.
One credit which I would love to give to the boys of the Night Mobs is the fact that he knew that all he had to do was just drag the pairs of Wyld Fangs towards him, right? And they keep chasing him. That there was a lot of damage being dished out for sure. And as soon as TKM got their hands on the weapons, it was just a free finish for all of them. I mean, brilliant calls, brilliant call-outs in those close quarter combats, but we'll find out if Team Wyld Fangs can make amends on the next game. This one, they are going to be sitting out in the lobby, watching the rest of the teams fight out this time. One also very important change, Genesis Esports start off from the center of the circle, which is towards the side of Shelter Mansion Prison. So this is going to be an Eastern Circle, by the way, Johnny. I love to see these Eastern Circles. Not a lot of compounds to work with, a lot of terrain play in action. and Genesis Esports, the first ones to be in position, I think they are in for a good game.
Oh, for sure they are. I mean, that map control definitely helps, and especially if you have players like Viper and Hunters, that insane duo that kind of made a mark for the side of Reckoning Esports. The entire time they were there playing under that banner, I think that duo itself is enough to keep you in a very, very good position in the overall leaderboard, in the tournament in general. You add Zap and Gravity to that mix. Yes, it becomes a little bit unpredictable, but I feel they are good additions to the team. And of course, from the center, you can control the entire game. If the circle is on top of you, if you can rotate freely, even after a hard shift. So a lot of hope for Genesis Esports in this game, but EVOX on our screens right now, moving west to east. They have breached the play zone from the western edge, kind of driving between two squads. They have LASTADE Esports towards their north in School and SINEWY towards their south in Pochinki, but EVOX Esports, there's no one directly blocking their path. So this is going to be a very clean rotation for them. They are rotating early as well, so it's very easy for them to find a compound to work with.
You know, I'm not surprised at all with EVOX and their journey in the first game, by the way. We saw how incredible Kalan was last season when he was playing in from the side of Los Hermanos. The rest of the team as well just sticking together. Is just the change of banner which has come into play. So EVOX, they are going to be a team to watch out for, especially as we go through the journey of the grind. It starts off really well with those 13 points. Wyld Fangs, the only team that has been eliminated from the game. We are going to be looking at TKM and the rest of their journey, by the way. The Night Mobs this time around, they are in a position where NoNx Esports can come in and converge on them. Majority of these teams looking to play in from the shorelines, which keeps their backstabs completely out of the picture. But the Night Mobs, what is going to be their strategy? Are they still chasing teams down, or are they looking for further loot? We'll find out in a little while.
Let's see. I mean, still the start of the game, and after that early conflict, it has kind of been quiet. There's no incentive for anyone to force this fight, but over here, things might develop. We have Rising Esport quite close to the players of Team Tamilas. And I believe there was a little bit of an information exchange. We saw the vehicle from the players of Rising Esports on the edge of the cliff. Team Tamilas would have spotted them out. They have definitely seen those vehicles passing those open fields. So now they have information about a team in the nearby vicinity. Not really in a position to pick a fight with anyone, though. Just sticking around the edge of the circle, the western edge of the circle. Finally deciding to move in towards the cluster that's beginning to form towards the center.
Yeah.
My concern is going to be that they will be a little bit late. So if someone gets a building and they decide to stop and pick a fight, how will Team Tamilas react? That is what I want to see now.
I don't think they should be reacting, at least. You are aware of the fact that the flight path was tilted towards the west, the western periphery of the circle. There's going to be an extremely high traffic region. If you tend to drop a pin in that position, make any sounds, third parties might just come in at any moment. So the best case scenario for you is to just play in from the edges, try and lay low, and look out for those opportunities. They will come by for you. Picking up those loose stranglers is always a way that Team Tamilas have gotten their games. But this time it seems like they are sort of trapped for TR Esports. It is a Z-God who actually catches Mr. IGL off guard. He has been knocked out, but here comes the hovercraft. 3 players inside it. Z-God this time has been troubled, outnumbered, and there is absolutely nothing this man could do.
There is no cover coming in from the players of 4TR. Well, they find one. They pick off Mr. IGL because he overextended. The trade comes through. But this is what I was talking about. Even in the previous game, this happened in Rondo. When the team is fighting, it seems like they pick off isolated fights amongst themselves. And there is that team fighting aspect where I think there can be a lot of improvement for 4TR. Because even individually, these players are finding openings, man. So that in itself is a pretty incredible thing to watch. And that just gets you even more frustrated because then you're looking at the fight, you're like, alright, he's just so low. Like, you get the opponent extremely low. If your teammate was there, that would have been a guaranteed knock and finish. But hey, what's happening over here? What's happening to LASTADE Esports? That's a very awkward driving position. And because of that, they are going to have to tank a lot of damage. Oh, luckily for them, the city of Milta close by. They should be able to get to cover, but Rising Esports, they're getting shot at in the back from SINEWY.
Bad OP. That was the worst driving that I've seen in a while, by the way. SINEWY Esports from the distance. They had an option to capitalize on it, but this is SINEWY Esports, by the way. This is how they always play in the last game as well. We saw they don't really love to take those risks early on. They try and preserve their positioning, try and move to the central parts of the circle, and then capitalize on the later half of the game itself. This time, Rising Esports would look to capitalize. They've got a lovely compound inside the circle. Now, this is a stronghold, but since it is also a lovely compound, there might be teams knocking on their doors. What remains to be seen is how good their compound defense is, Johnny.
Well, let's see. It is going to be put to test soon. Since the players of Rising Esports, they're surrounded. Look at the radar. SINEWY, NoNx, LASTADE Esports just passed them by. They're going to be having their crosshairs pinned on this building as well. But, well, for them, getting a pick onto the players of Rising is going to be difficult. One thing that you can get for yourself inside of the game is going to be the new collab vehicles. A collab between BGMI and Royal Enfield, the Classic 350 and the Continental GT 650 being included in the game. If you want to run into a fight, might as well do it in a lot of style.
Yeah, the cruisers, I love them. But for sure, I guess, when you talk about cruising, you've got to talk about KALINGA Esports, because what a cruise it was, what a cruise sail inside of the map of Rondo this time, though they are in the northern periphery of the circle. They love to play in from the north, but they have a couple of these outliers coming in from behind Team Tamilas, who are making a late rotation inside the circle. Not really desperate for those central spots. We know that is how they always like to play. And this team has remained unchanged for years now. Even their tactics and the way they play, it's unchanged, it's untouched. It's something which they've gotten results with, but it's also something which is faltered when the pressure is up high. So it is a very interesting topic to find out if Team Tamilas can make amends inside of the grind 2026. Meanwhile, the circle does take a shift towards the shorelines. Milta Power is where we are heading, and EVOX once again. Beautiful positioning from them.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Genesis Esports. They are one of the first teams to move forward towards the center. But we'll put that thought to the side for a minute, because it seems like an awkward fight breaking out between Team X and TWOB. Team X Esports, they found the opener, they found the first pick. Pratik on that high ground. He's going to need those heals, has a first hit to work with. Both the teams are going to struggle in the blue zone in the next few moments. So the circle has completely shifted between Milta and Milta Power. And this fight right now is taking place south of the Nova Repnoi Bridge. And it is Pratik with the second, picks off Daniel as well. And that is just going to make the whole situation extremely horrible for the side of TWOB. Executor, I don't know what he's trying to do. I think they've just realized that there is no escape for TWOB if they try to breach the Nova Repnoi Bridge. So I think that fight might be coming to a quick conclusion soon. But over here, H4K versus Vanguard, and what a nade and a molly combo coming in from Anuj to OP and Dionysus. They found the opening, they found the first pick inside of this game for themselves.
Vanguard Esports, by the way, have to be a little careful from the distance. There are a couple of these lands. The rest of the players from Team H4K is still present. They can look to capitalize if they go on outside to confirm these elimination points, or even go in for those finish points. Genesis Esports also looking to kind of make amends. Now, this is a team, I believe, that has come in with a redemption arc in mind. Gravity IGL. We know he's been in top flight for a while now. We know Hunters and Vipers wants to get back their long-lost limelight, and this is going to be their shot. But they're yet to make a mark inside of BGIS the grind 2026. EVOX, meanwhile, from the distance, that was a brilliant spray down from Shadow, but it seems like from the other side, the retaliation is there. The knock has been found. SINEWY Esports have found an opening.
Well, SINEWY, although are out in the open, it's going to be a big point of concern for them, because the last position we saw them in was kind of close to the western edges of Milta. Now they're moving close to the center. But what they did not realize that, or take into account, was that they could be the late rotators. The other teams have already made it through, controlling those factory areas, controlling those smaller buildings, having positional advantage against SINEWY Esports, and SINEWY will feel the pressure from the backlines as well. But Team X Esports, after having finished things off with the players of TWOB, they move along the Novorepnoi bridge. And again, a wide rotation is the only option for Team X Esports. They're moving all the way towards the northern edge of the circle. Might face a little bit of challenge from Genesis and LASTADE Esports.
But Johnny, are you noticing that big split between the players of Team Nightmobs? Now, this is something which I did not expect.
Oh, yeah.
Playing in from the shorelines, 100%, you are going to be a little safe. But a 2-2 split coming in who hold completely different angles in the map with little to no trade potential in between you. That is exactly where trouble lies in TKM. They have to be a little wary because so many teams are lining up right next to them. You've got Zutsu Esports on the left. You've got KALINGA Esports right on top of you. This circle is going to put a lot of teams under pressure. Also, one important thing. TWOB, they've actually made that cross on over from Novorepnoi to Milta Power. It's going to be interesting. Rising Esports, Rico finds that connection. X Esports, they are on their knees, Johnny.
Yeah, I think X Esports, they are going to be in trouble. As we mentioned, though, that late rotation because of the early fight that they took, it led them into a sandwich. And Rising Esports, they had the upper hand, but Prateek, man, what an incredible performance coming from this lad. He has already picked off 2 men from the side of TWOB earlier, and now he's going after Rising Esports. That nade knocked out Beard Baba. Another one, he's lining it up, and I don't think Rico survives this one. All right, he does. It's not enough damage, but Prateek, he's trying to make that bounce. Needs to be cautious. Rico cooking up that nade. Prateek, he hears the pin sounds. Jump shot comes through, but from the distance, Genesis Esports, they pick off Prateek, and along with him, Team X Esports are going to be eliminated. A saving grace for Rising Esports. They should be able to survive for a few more moments, and they should be able to get themselves back up in the game, but man, oh man, that was a brilliant play.
It certainly was, but have a look at this. H4K, they're looking to invade this compound. Squad house up for grabs as Mac goes down. NoNx Esports, Arthur once again being the big man in the picture. The shotgun strikes, but this time he's been traded. NoNx Esports, Anonymous needs to survive. Needs to come in, Wizard, with the ghillie soup. This time has been shut down. NoNx Esports, brilliant compound defense. But at what cost? 3 players have been taken down and problems still escalate as right up front, they've got LASTADE Esports.
Oh, is that a nade that he just lobbed at himself? Like, alright. NoNx Esports, now the panic sets in, and Joyesh with a simple nade lob through the window does manage to get that one finish for his team. Quick cleanup coming through. Although things from here on out not going to be easy for LASTADE Esports. They are present towards the northwestern edge of the circle. And of course, as they try to traverse through the city of Milta, there's going to be teams lying in awkward angles, in particular Zutsu Gaming right next to them. That can give them a lot of trouble. Rising Esports on the other side kind of have recovered. 2 players are still left inside of this match. They have 9 eliminations to their name in this particular match, so if they manage to get even a single placement point, this is going to be a decent outing for them. My apologies, not 9 eliminations, they have 5 eliminations to their name.
We'll find out how many do they get. As the game does come to a close, the circle will shift at any moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be stage 5, and this is going to determine who is going to get the big chicken. Well, a little bit of hard shift towards a landmass. Seems like SINEWY Esports are going to be in the dead center of the circle. 40 are official, by the way. A little bit of a hiccup right there early on where Z-God gets taken down, but 2 players still managing to survive. Genesis Esports, I guess this is going to be a split that can win them the game. Zap in the close lines, of course, no trade potential, but from the back lines, Gravity, Viper, and Hunters, we know this trio can do a lot of that heavy lifting.
Oh yeah, for sure. Team Tamilas down to the last man, Fox OP. And he is stuck. Can't get up, can't move out. There's an open land that he has to push through. EVOX waiting for him, 40R waiting for him to step out as well. And the night mobs on our screens now. This team has been incredible. As you were talking about that wide spread that they had along the shoreline and the cliffside. Well, they've managed to keep all 4 players still alive. They haven't had any unnecessary aggression in them. They've stayed on the back foot. They have let everyone else fight it out. And just a perfect play strategy put into play from the night mobs. But I think the one thing they did not account for is going to be TWOB having reached the cliffside as well, and Beast can be caught off guard because of that, but Zutsu, as they try to step out from behind the cover, as they try to push for the play zone, Veron is going to get knocked out by Joyesh. LASTADE Esports still looking for a few extra finishes in the early stages.
But this is unforced errors from Zutsu Gaming, I guess. This is completely unprecedented. LASTADE Esports, I guess their positioning was anonymous. And Veron, of course, is going to get revived. We saw the vehicle fly up, by the way.
Yeah, I was like, what happened, man? Last time I saw this, I was watching Harry Potter.
Nonetheless, it's a little funny for sure, but what I am worried about is how does Zutsu Esports make their way inside of the circle, because they still have a couple of compounds in play. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because the Night Mobs in the midst of a fight, TWOB finally making their presence felt as Beast needs to fall back a little bit. Executor successful in pushing back the opponents, but TKM, they have the numbers advantage, Johnny.
Yeah. They have the numbers advantage, and right now I think the game plan, at least for this 2v4 for TKM, is going to be to get Executor and Inferno to overextend so that Beast gets some cover fire from his teammates sitting on the other side. And Executor, oh, it seems like they did not account for Beast to run away, huh? No, he can run away as well. He can disengage. Not everyone is just going to force a fight every single time. Smart move from TKM.
And I think that was required as well. I think this team needed to regroup and play in as a squad. Once again, SINEWY Esports from the distance will always have the opportunity for a third party. But we go on to LASTADE once again, who were duking it out against Zutsu Gaming, preventing them from moving inside the circle. But I think Zutsu, they've made way, they've broke open the deadlock, and now they have a couple of compounds inside as the circle yet once again goes in for a move. And this time, I guess, majority of the teams are going to be thrown off guard. Here we go, Team EVOX, Evil and Kalan. They are going to be extremely happy. Rising Esports, they have control of that northern periphery, and so is Genesis Esports as well.
TKM has started to lose players. They lost one earlier, now in Zeref goes out, and Future, I don't think he walks away from that cluster as well, with KALINGA, Zutsu, and SINEWY having direct line of fire for him. Same goes for Beast. He can be isolated, but EVOX, as you were talking about them, finally the fight begins against the players of 40R, and it just lasts a few seconds. The survivors from 40R shut down, and EVOX now have 4 points to show for it.
This is controlled aggression coming in from EVOX, not really feeling hungry, not feeling desperate to go in for those points, but as they come by, they are taking these clean fights and converting them in their favor. That is what you want to see. EVOX, they've also got a lovely spread on the eastern side of the map. But coming back to the southern shoreline, it seems like TWOB, they are going to be in a world of trouble. Look at the nades coming through. Zutsu, I guess they've spotted the Night Mobs. And Future has been spotted. You were talking about TKM losing bodies. It seems like they've lost one more. And just one player remains. That will be Future. I'm not really sure if his future is quite bright, to be honest. In fact, it is, inside of the lobby.
I mean, let's see, though. I think no more Future for Future, as he gets pushed by Zutsu Esports, gets finished off. But Zutsu, I think they just saw that one play and they just pushed forward. Did not expect SINEWY to also be there hiding in this dip. Things can get out of control very quickly for the side of Zutsu. Flock spotted out and gets knocked out by Rexboy from the flank. Should be an easy finish conversion for SINEWY Esports. They have a lot of utility. I wonder why they are just not going for those jump nades to try and build up pressure. On the other side, it gives Zutsu enough time to lob out those smokes, create some movement space for themselves. LASTADE Esports, yeah, this is not going to work out. Stone BGMI, last man left alive. He's crawling forward. The nade in his face. And of course, the shots from Genesis Esports are going to be enough to finish him off. But on the other side of things, Zutsu getting third-partied by KALINGA Esports. All of that commotion has drawn the attention of these players that won the chicken dinner in the previous match.
That is horrible map awareness from Zutsu Gaming, to be honest. That is Ash, who is such an experienced IGL this time. Once again, I feel like these players, they just give in to their intrusive thoughts. Flock moving out in the open, trying to get a knock, himself getting taken down. And now Zutsu Gaming, they are just a two-man lineup with nowhere left to go and hide. Ash, of course, in the backlines has been knocked out. SINEWY Esports as well in the midst of a fight as third parties come in. TWOB, by the way, they are dominating out of nowhere. Inferno and Executor, they found a good spot for themselves. SINEWY in the glow grounds. as Anonymous is still there. Veron has been caught off guard, and Executor is on a roll. 3 finishes already for this team, and I'm loving the confidence coming in from these two lads. No placement coming in from Novorupnoy, and now look at them go. Right underneath, of course, is going to be Ninja, who finds a knock onto Executor. Inferno gets taken down as well. SINEWY Esports, that is a payback.
Yeah, but this time on our screens, we have Genesis going up against KALINGA Esports. And Genesis, I have been wanting to talk about them for the longest of time in this game, but we have had non-stop action because it's that center control that Genesis has always had in this game, because of which they find themselves those 8 eliminations. They find themselves in the top 6 of this match. Gravity was knocked out, but it will be a very easy revive. And with how Genesis are playing this match right now, I have a feeling that if things go their way, they might just be able to walk away with the chicken dinner. Zap, what was that? You evil man! They did not even see that happen. That nade just annihilates both those players. And Gravity Esports also go after Rising Esports. 11 eliminations. They got 3 in the last 10 seconds.
1 nade from Zap eliminates one team. 1 nade from Hunters eliminates another one. This team is on a roll for sure. SINEWY Esports on the move this time. EVOX will be one of their praise. 2 players been taken down. It's just down to Evil. Can he hold on to that alone compound that he has? Beautiful positioning for sure, but is still going to crave for that numbers advantage as a Rex boy lands yet another one. A lot of eliminations for Genesis Esports. This team is on a roll. Gravity is going to find another one. SINEWY gets sent back to the lobby. They certainly are looking to destroy everyone that comes in their way. And 2 more players who are going to be coming in their way is going to be EVOX and Team Tamilas.
So potential game for Genesis with either 16 eliminations, 15 eliminations, or it's just 14 and the chicken dinner. Minimum they get 24 points from this game. And what an incredible performance. From the start till the very end. An early rotation for stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, all the way till stage 6, I believe. They were controlling the center very beautifully. Then, because of all of the fights, stage 5 onwards, they were pushed towards the edge, and that is where we see Genesis get majority of the chunk of these eliminations. Evil, I don't know if his position... Alright, it is compromised. I just want to see if they would shoot at him. But yeah, I guess they know where he is. Fox OP, though, he's at the edge of the zone. He gets finished off, so that's 15 points for Genesis just for finishes. They know where the last man is, so it is going to be a 16-point chicken dinner. 26 points in game number 2. What an incredible performance from this team. But that is why at the very start of this game, I also did mention that this is the roster that is supposed to be the best in this group.
You're going to be watching out for this team, especially on the map of Erangel. When there is a central circle, this team knows how to dominate it. We've seen them do it from the banner of Reckoning, and now on the banner of Genesis, they're doing the same thing.
But it wasn't the central circle. They were off-center. They moved to the center and then made it happen.
Exactly, right. And I think there is the adaptability of both these players, Hunters and Viper. They're just such a beautiful duo up in the front lines. But somebody who we did not expect to play this well has to be Zappa, because where were those nades coming from? I felt like Zappa might actually get overshadowed by Hunters and Viper, but then he himself making his presence felt like that. It's brilliant.
I mean, why are you forgetting his time on Godlike, right? I mean,
yeah,
he wasn't given a lot of playtime, but every single time he was there in the playing 4, you could feel something change in Godlike. The aggression would just go up because he was just waiting for an opportunity to showcase himself. And even Gravity, for that matter, is a brilliant IGL. And I think if Genesis, I would want to see what happens for them in the next match, because if this team is this consistent, it is going to be phenomenal to see their journey inside of this BGIS the grind.
Look at the damage numbers on Vipers, 666 and 6 eliminations to show for the deadly duo.
It's biblical, right?
It is
Viper, 666.
Exactly.
You don't get that reference?
I don't get that reference. I think it is for the old people, for the boomers to understand. But then maybe we do have boomers in the audience.
It has nothing to do with Age Salty. That is, again, another thing. But anyways.
Nonetheless, what I was trying to show for is that Hunters and Viper, they're having a beautiful partnership. 12 eliminations shared in between them. That is beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful. I mean, that is what we expected, right? I hated the time that these two players had to spend away from each other.
Yeah.
When Hunter sort of left Reckoning Esports and Viper was just the only man there. Because you could feel he missed his boy. Because Viper's own aggression kind of faded away. But now the boys are back together. And, well, you got to watch out for the bad boys because they're coming for you now.
They certainly are. I mean, it's probably the next best duo after AKOP and Wizgod.
Pretty
it's
much,
new
yeah.
Karan Arjun that we are witnessing instead of BGMI. But it's not just Genesis who dominated the game. I kind of felt like TWOB, from a position where they were, I think that was a brilliant recovery coming in from Executed Inferno.
Hey, they wanted to take on, or X Esports wanted to take on TWOB. Team X Esports ended with like 2 points. TWOB ended with 4. Hey, it was better for them. But that was just the first angle of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more after this break. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible match we have just witnessed coming in from Group B. And of course, we're expecting that since they are about to play their last match of their opening day of BGIS The Grind, a few comebacks from a few big names that have been struggling so far. But this time joining me on the panel, it's going to be Icy Baby 1-2. And I would want to know your thoughts on the first two games that have happened. We expected incredible things from almost all the teams in Group B. Some have delivered, some have still held back.
I think the biggest surprise for me from most of these teams here coming from Group B is going to be in the map of Rondo, because they somehow adapted and they look really, really good. Erangel was a little bit different here because I didn't get to see too much of Wyld Fangs. The drop clash kind of made them into a melee fiasco and just got taken out. But other than that, I think majority of the teams have done really well in Group B, and because of this, I'm excited to see how this third game is going to happen.
Exactly. I mean, we are excited for the team's performances, but also excited for the new Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen. That is out and available right now. The Rebel Rogue Fox set is going to be there for you. And of course, the Rebel Rogue Fox DP28, one of my favorite weapons inside of the game. Personally, the big magazine size helps you spray down opponents for as long as you please. I mean, of course, the LMG is going to be having the bigger magazine size, but in terms of the rifles, the DP is amazing.
Exactly. You know, when we talk about resource management as well, when you guys are getting Royal Passes inside the game, guess what? If you grind your way all the way to max tier, you can actually get back your UC cashback for value. That means when you complete the whole thing and get back the UC, you can buy back the next season's Royal Pass.
You can use it for the lucky spins.
Exactly. Or you could do that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is looking for that Flora set right now. But anyways, we have the MVP stats on our screens. Genesis Hunter's incredible performance, 6 eliminations to his name, 748 damage, followed by his own teammate Genesis Viper with 6 eliminations, 666 damage. We have Rexboy from SINEWY Esports. That dip fight from SINEWY was incredible, but I expected them to get taken out eventually because too much open space from either flanks. So they were getting shot at from both sides, but 4 eliminations for Rexboy. And then we have Shadow from EVOX with 3 eliminations to his name, but 624 damage dish down.
Well, speaking of damage as well, I'm really happy to see Genesis in this current position as well, because the organizations are pretty much an all-timer LAN attendee for last year as well for both BMPS and also BGIS. But when it comes to the players themselves, Genesis, you guys brought up Viper and also Gravity. They were the ones that had the first runner-up position under the banners of Reckoning Esports last year as well. And to see them perform at this caliber with 16 finishes here in Group B, which again, arguably out of all the groups, Group B and Group A is the most stacked lobby. And this is a great start for Genesis, so I'm very happy to see that they've figured the things out internally.
It is an amazing start, and I expect this team to just keep performing this way, because the core of Genesis Esports is the same core as you mentioned of Reckoning Esports, and because of having the same core, you can pretty much expect the same run that Reckoning Esports were having, wherein did not matter what round they were playing on, this team just delivers their best. They just give it their all every single time, every single game. We have the overall standings on our screens. 31 points for Genesis Esports after 2 matches. EVOX on the second with 24. KALINGA Esports, that wasn't their game really. Kind of a tough outing. So they dropped from the first to the second with 22 points still there. Team X Esports, they have 17 points on the 4th. SINEWY on the 5th, 16. LASTADE on the 6th with 14. Vanguard on the 7th with 13. And Team Tamilas on the 8th with 12 points.
Two teams that really stood out for me for these 2 matches here is going to be EVOX and also Team X actually, which is kind of weird because I don't really know how Esports has been playing these 2 games here, but for EVOX it's a little bit weird because we knew them, especially from Kalan. He was the star coming from Los Hermanos last year. All year he was there performing here. Los Hermanos has been the most consistent team in a sense where, initially when they popped up, no one expected much coming from them, but they're dominating the round stages, they're dominating quarterfinals, semifinals, making their way into the LAN finals. Unfortunately, when the LAN finals happen, they always somewhere appear top 5 or true. And then when I saw the banner in Group C and D or D, it was a little bit of a weird what-if situation. This feels like the original Los Hermanos, but it did not feel the same without Kalan because he was the star MVP from back then. So for him to actually perform coming with EVOX, I'm very, very happy to see this performance coming from them.
Yeah, and I think Kalan as an individual as well was quite incredible in the rosters that he played in last year throughout as well. So agree with you on that. I mean, this player is going to be one of those players to watch out for because he could be that one man that sort of pushes his team, pulls them into the top 8 and gets them in towards that promotion to round 4. But again, that was just the start of the journey. We have had our reality checks in the previous 2 groups, so we got to watch these matches carefully. And of course, talking about the matches, the last angle of the day for Group B. Here we go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, 3rd game for Group B on its way, and seems like it is going to be a very tough one as well. Will we see the drop clash once more for Wyld Fangs, or will we see a little bit of a redemption here with Wyld Fangs and their integrated team thus far? But without further ado, the flag path is going to be coming in from the west side of George Bull, ending towards the east side of Milltown Power. A pretty balanced flag path from all these teams, so I don't think we are going to be seeing a lot of major drop clashes here if they just directly traverse into their usual drop spots. But when it comes to the vehicle drop spots, well, I don't know. Are we going to see the drop clash? Well, I think TWOB, they do love towards North George. It's been like a hometown thing. It's just an org thing for some reason. Regardless of the banner, the players, they always think North George.
Maybe. I mean, also, I think this could be because of the fact that Team X Esports came after them the last match when they dropped towards that southern military island. TWOB lost 2 players for no reason at all, and then they could have done better with the position that they were in. They did pick off a few individuals from the side of the Knights Mob, TKM that is, but they just were down to 2 players by that point, so they ended the game with what, like 3 points. So this Northern Georgia pool start, while it's decent, they have to be cautious as well, because now this puts them quite close to the players of KALINGA Esports, who, well, also like to start from Northern Georgia pool. Looking for the drop clash. Where are the boys from Wyld Fangs? Well, I do see here the weapons go off already. Wyld Fangs is in Minter. The Night Mobs this time, they lock horns with NoNx. Of course, while we did hear those guns go off, there hasn't been a single casualty in this fight so far.
Well, the Night Mobs now having another drop clash once more. Previous round, it was Wyld Fangs, and they were successful this time. NoNx seems to be the ones down in the gutter. Anonymous dropped down pretty low. Lucifer, a little bit hesitant to actually going for the push here. Finds a mini 14, but he does have the shot. He's available. It seems like NoNx, they need to have some sort of backup. TKM going to be on the top of the second floor itself. Aim God, Rapido looking for a flank on the off angle. Nades are being cooked here from Zera, but look at this. They don't really have a lot of weapons here, especially for the 3 players coming from Night Mobs. 2 pistols across the board. And it's up to NoNx to take the action here. Anonymous is pretty much left all by himself, alone to fend for himself. And that's going to be a big problem because NoNx, they need to help him. As you can see, Aim God is able to provide the assist here. Lucifer forced to actually make the push. Gets the first knock through. Looking for the confirmation. He won't get it. But now he's forced to play on defense here. 1 versus 1. Aim God versus Lucifer. He's going to try and buy time for his teammates, but his teammates does not have weaponry to work with.
Did you notice the man had a shotgun to work with, still chose to charge up the stairs with a pistol, and now finally he secures the second knock in this fight. The finish conversion is going to be there for Lucifer as Aim God gets finished off. NoNx down to 2 players, Arthur and Rapido. At this point, they can't even go for a ride. Rapido is going to be spotted out. He has Thompson to work with, but it's 2v1 situation. Picks off 1, hoping for the second. Finally falls. And NoNx on the verge of elimination.
Oh my goodness. The Night Mobs. These guys are a team that you have to fear because 2 times, 2 major drop clashes here. And they've won them both. Previous round was against Wyld Fangs. A very decisive, quick one. But this time, NoNx gets completely shut down by TKM. The Night Mobs. They are truly the mobs you gotta fear, man.
Oh, for sure they are.
You know what would be really interesting about TKM? If they get themselves the PK blinder set, they will truly be the mobs in this lobby itself.
The mobsters. I think, yeah. Can we make it happen? Can we start a petition, like give TKM the PK blinder set? But there's one condition attached to it. That they have to drop clash every game.
No.
They're not allowed to play without drop clashes?
I thought there would be like 4 players only using Thompsons all the way through.
That too.
Yeah.
Just Thompsons, revolvers, and drop clashes.
Fair enough. But at the same time, NoNx having a little bit of a rough start here. Arthur, pretty much the last man playing. And this will be their final game here, at least for Group B. And they have to continue their journey tomorrow. So not a great start here for NoNx. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs has got to be very happy that they did not drop clash against TKM this time. But they're very, very close, though. They did hear all those gunshots.
This time, I think Wyld Fangs, because of the flight path, were allowed to go for their standard drop. Sensei, we've seen him start from Milta time and time again. So that Milta start gives them that early loot. As I say that, I see that level 1 armor and helmet, and I'm like, all right, could have spent a little bit more time in that city to scout out for better options, because the circle right now is a central eastern circle, not too far away from Milta. Easy rotation options available for Wyld Fangs as well. And with how they were moving, as you said, quite close to the positions of TKM, maybe a fight breaks out over there. But on our screens, the players from Genesis. Good map control by Genesis, by the way. They have 1 player in prison, 2 towards shelter, 1 player just west of Lipovka. That is going to be Gravity. So that's a spread between the players of Genesis Esports. They control a nice chunk of the map. We move back to Arthur, who is just hoping and praying that TKM do not charge in this building and finish him off as well.
Yeah, I think they spotted him as well while he was proning on the second floor from that angle. Seems like TKM, they are looking to try and find the last player here. Arthur, there's not a lot of space he can work with. TKM, they're taking too long here. Finally decides to actually potentially back off. Using the cars to kind of bait out a little bit of movement here. Zverev pretty much exposed in the hands of Arthur. He's got the AK. He can't go for the shot. He's out and open. Finally looks for a shot. Misses the timing here. Zverev gets into cover. They finally found the last player of NoNx. And here comes the entirety of TKM. They are coming. And Arthur has got 2 nades and a shotty, hoping to get lucky. That's a little bit of chip damage. Sprays are shooting through the windows. But Arthur, he is stuck. There's only so much he can do. Another nade comes in, hoping to find some sort of connection. Misses the stun grenade as well. TKM, they're really taking their own sweet time with this. And they're just baiting out all the utilities. Now the shotty comes through. The sprays comes in. He gets the first knock, but it just gets overrun by numbers. And TKM, they get the full squad wipe.
They were prepared for it. They were prepared to sacrifice at least 1 man in order to secure the squad wipe. And now with 4 points in their hands, TKM, they have the luxury of calming themselves down a little bit, but the problem is that on the radar, you see the players of SINEWY Esports appear out of nowhere. Then there is Zutsu in the nearby vicinity as well, with Wyld Fangs present down south. So TKM is kind of surrounded. And it is very surprising that that is happening, because the team is present all the way towards the southern edge of the circle. And right now, it seems like the strategy for teams is to charge for the center. A fight breaks out. Goten actually picks off 3 players from the side of TKM, and he's confirming the finishes as well. It could be a solo player squad wipe, but Future, he just walks away from it.
Yeah, it just took too long. TKM, they tried to retreat, and by the time they found an exit strategy, Wyld Fangs was the first teams that heard them. They controlled the south, and SINEWY also heard them from the north side. So they were hoping to try and cut them off mid-exit, and because of that, TKM, they've lost 3 bodies. Now Future, he's down low without resources. He's got no way to run. So he's got to find a way to survive. That's going to be his goal right now. But the rest of the world, they do have a very, very solid rotation here. No major drop clashes, no delay so far. Rising Esports is going to be playing both Yard alongside with Team Tamilas, which in this case doesn't really have a lot to work with here. Zutsu Esports, they did scout out Future, who's trying to drive by them, looking for some sort of safe haven, but TKM, again, Future, there's not a lot of space to work with. The circle comes in, and guess what? It forces him to be near Rozhok itself. And this is tough. He's got no more places, dude.
Yeah. He's made a mad dash looking for some cover, and the shift of the circle kind of takes away his chances of surviving till the late game stages, but TWOB, it seems like they are just being extremely unlucky. Executed knocked out at the hands of KALINGA Esports. The support fire was there, because of which they find some sort of trades, but from the distance, PMWI, IGL, what an incredible spray with the AUG. The player from TWOB stood no chance. Emperor, he's still there, the last man surviving, but they are going to use their man advantage and put pressure. A lot of damage dished out, and that is going to be the squad wipe in the hands of KALINGA Esports. And as I was saying, TWOB, just very unlucky, man.
You know, TWOB initially had the first jump on those them. It's just that the only individual difference between them and KALINGA was that KALINGA realized that if we commit to the safe, we are going to be boxed in. Just take them out, clean them out, then safely recover the teammates here. And TWOB, they were picked off, like I said as well. They went for the resurrection first, and because of that, KALINGA was able to catch them out in the open. So that was the 2 biggest distinct decisions in terms of difference. Difference in opinion, I would say. Yeah,
pretty much, I guess. I think it, to a certain extent, it's the fact that TWOB also did not expect KALINGA Esports to be there. It's kind of an awkward position to be spread out on the bridge like that, but anyways, EVOX on our screens right now. They've spotted out 4TR moving inside the play zone on the western edge. EVOX was trying to gatekeep 4TR, but there's a lot of open space, which is utilized by 4TR Esports. And they find at least some room to work with inside of the play zone. But the question is, will they find concrete cover to work with? On the other hand, something that you, my lovely viewers, need to find for yourself, it is going to be that Porsche inside of that BGMI. There are options for you to claim. So go ahead and get whichever one you please and roll out on the battleground in style.
Exactly. There's 4 different models on top of it all for you to choose out of the 4 different models of Porsche itself. But speaking of looking cool and also looking pretty feisty here, Team Esports, they are a little bit chilly outside the blue zone. They've got themselves a ghillie suit, hoping they can actually sneak their way inside the zone, which unfortunately to say, I don't think the ghillie suit is going to be very helpful just because of the open areas south of school, maybe even the west side of Rozhok is going to be pretty exposed as well. It's nice to have, you know, if the circle was in Godkado. But speaking of which here, the circle is about to close in. Let's see how it goes. It seems like it is going to shift down southeast corner. So maybe, just maybe, that ghillie suit could be a little bit helpful here.
Maybe, I mean, it's quite green, the terrain over here as well. Although you still need to be careful and cautious about the fights that you prick. On the other side, look at the map. I'm looking at Gravity Esports once again. This is going to be a very difficult rotation for them. Unlike the previous game, this time they aren't pushing for the center. They know they are the last ones to move in towards the edge of the circle, so they are expecting conflicts waiting for them once they breach the zone. 4TR. We see them in the PIP. And I think a few shots were taken in that direction by the players of Rising Esports, but no contact found, no connection made. Dragon OP, yeah, he looks eager to pick that fight, but I don't think he should. If you approach a team like that, push up the ridge, by the time you exit that vehicle, your HP bar is going to be down to half.
Yeah, Rising Esports, they wanted to actually take control of the potato hills initially as well, and seeing another team rotating the same direction just decides not to take the risk.
Yeah.
Pachinki's warehouses on the east side is pretty good, but again, because of how the center is kind of designed as well, you're not going to be able to pick off so many points as well. So I think they're forced to take a pit stop, hope that Potato Hills take a little bit of battle first before they actually go in for the push. But meanwhile, let's talk about NoNx Esports. They just came into the zone. Now with the ghillie suit Amon Monty, hopefully he's going to be able to take advantage of it, which again, they are pretty spread out as well, so they are hoping to take fights on 2 fronts at least. Which in this case, they are set up good and dandy, while Vanguard is going to be coming in from the northeast corner, pretty much exposed out in the open. They don't really have a lot of cover to work with, and the only information they have is that they did spot out Genesis. Hunters get spot out. Sprays are coming in from Dionysus. Hunters tagged up pretty low, and they are looking to try and double down and save him from the side of Genesis, but it seems like he is going to be picked up from his teammates, and Vanguard, they are going to give chase.
Well, they are trying to chase them down. They know they have got one player from the side of Genesis extremely low, but lack of information about the rest of the team is going to keep Vanguard at bay. Because if you try to commit into a fight like this without having the full piece of the puzzle, you could be shot at from the open angles, and then you're going to just be sitting there wondering, why did I do that? Genesis, though, nice little move coming through. They regroup. They have concrete cover to work with as well. Now there should be enough to keep Vanguard at bay, at least for the next few moments. But Gravity, oh, he wants the info. He wants to know who was on the other side of the hill, who took shots on Hunters.
You know, speaking of which, I think Genesis is just playing absolutely out of their mind. Just because of the fact that, number one, what a save from Gravity to get Hunters out of safety. And they tried baiting Vanguard into a position where Genesis Esports has a firing squad set up for them. But good call coming from Vanguard to just not take the bait. But speaking of a bait here, Zap, they find one on the sides here. It seems like Anush 2 OP was shot up from different angles here. Wait, hold that thought. It's not going to be Zap. They're actually attacking Zutsu. What is Genesis thinking? They're actually going full aggressive in this road.
So there were 2 options for them. With Gravity falling back, as you said, either they bait out Vanguard, or the other option was Zap, who was already in a position to just have a lot of information about the players of Zutsu. But even though they win that collision, they get that initiation into that fight, the shift of the circle instantly happened, and Genesis is forced to back off, because now they are in a good position to again win this game, or at least secure a lot of eliminations. All they have to do is just hold on to that compound. So now the entirety of Genesis Esports is backed away into those buildings, and well, guess what? Vanguard is going to be put under pressure as the players from SINEWY Esports and Team X Esports show up knocking.
Oh boy, perfect timing for X Esports as well. They've caught Vanguard pretty much out and exposed. Now here comes the hovercraft to try and run them over. And guess what? They do find one from Pratik. And now Vanguard, they're scattering away to try to run away from this awkward position they've been caught themselves here between both SINEWY and X Esports. Just like that, they cut their losses, but the damage has been done onto his Vanguard.
One player down. Dionysus, again, that delay in movement. Vanguard is going to pay a heavy price for it. Dionysus does not have HP. Another team chimes in. This time H4K. Wizard finds the knock on Dionysus, dropping the numbers of Vanguard down to 1. Hunters is just like getting greedy now.
Well, he can
take out anyone.
Well, he technically can. He's got so much ammunition. He's got control over the map. Everybody's going to try and take a jab at them. But now seems to be another desperate attempt here coming from Rising Esports. Comes in from the south side. They are forced to run into his Wyld Fangs. Wyld Fangs looks to disengage here. Spray God repositions. But you can see Rising Esports, they're getting desperate. They do not have a lot of information. They're trying to spearhead their way inside the zone now. It seems like they are going to go for a tandem push. They're waiting for some sort of reactions. EVOX not making a single noise yet. And Wyld Fangs also going to keep Rising Esports at bay. But it seems like nobody wants to make the first move, and Rising Esports, again, pure desperation, finally makes the call. They are going to swing right instead. And EVOX, they have to be prepared for this.
Yeah, EVOX, they are going to be prepared as well, but Colin is going to be the first man to hit the floor. A little bit of a helping hand being lent by the players of Wyld Fangs as Sensei goes for the spray, and Goten makes the pounce on the players of Rising Esports. But Rising Esports, after having shooed away EVOX, they know they have the upper hand in this fight. You are knocked out by Goten, but he's going to have to wait for his teammates to show up. The knock and the finish conversion comes through, and Rising Esports, they just make a pounce on the players of EVOX. If you lose points in one place, get them somewhere else. And EVOX, they're going to be eliminated from the game. But Wyld Fangs, again, no time to reset, given to the opponents. Kana, he wants the knock, and they find it as well. Dragon OP also left bleeding out. Last man alive from the side of Rising Esports. Rico just simply makes a run for his life.
Yeah, he has no choice here, but great attempt here coming from Wyld Fangs, taking advantage of the health graph. 3 players just completely dismantling 2 teams alongside Rising Esports. And as of yet, Goten, the vehicle's pretty much a little bit damaged off. And they need to find a way to regroup it to Sensei, because as of yet, the circle is going to force them to push in. And H4K was just fuming behind or trailing behind Wyld Fangs now, as they did hear this entire commotion, hoping to get lucky and punish them. But as of yet, Spray God's down. Goten scouts out a couple of members from afar inside, and KALINGA Esports, they actually get taken out.
Yeah, not a good position for KALINGA as well. Constantly forced towards the edge of the zone, and in an open circle like this, if you are again and again forced towards the edge, you can't really sustain all of those fights. 40R on our screens, though, they've kept their numbers intact, but they are pushed outside the play zone in its entirety. And you see on the radar, there's Zutsu blocking their way along with the players of Team Tamilas. And both those squads will have the information about the players of 40R. Talking about Team Tamilas, as they try to move out, they're going to get shot at by LASTADE Esports. Knock and finish conversion comes through.
Well, LASTADE Esports doing really well here. They've got a lot of nice angles. Another spray here coming from Stone. BGMI catches one more from the side of Team Tamilas, as they are on the western side. But as of yet, they're not exactly in zone. They have to push in. And as you can see, LASTADE Esports, they're hesitant to actually push through as well, not knowing that they may be picked off from the guys from Genesis. And again, in those compounds, Genesis is going to be one of the biggest threats here. And as soon as I say this, Return Fires comes in from Genesis, from Gravity, to punish this for being exposed out in the open.
I mean, it's a brilliant punish, but the finish conversion is going to be quite tough. There is no angle available, no proper line of fire. And LASTADE Esports, I think 5 eliminations, so this is turning out to be a decent game. Now they're going to try and finish off Reaper, the last player surviving from the side of Team Tamilas. I think after the 3rd nade, you should not throw the 4th at the exact same spot. Too much utility committed. Maybe they're going to be low in the later fights. Doesn't matter, 40R on our screens. Zutsu is kind of pinned in those houses, so 40R will have an opportunity to just clean up this fight with the help of nades, but Z-God overextends and Flock finds the opener. 40R not in a great position in this fight anymore.
Yep, they're looking for more knocks as well, but it is going to be a free-for-all right now. Zutsu, they're just holding down the fort. Wyld Fangs going to be chiming in from the sides. Kanha looking for an off angle, pressures on towards them, but it's absolute chaos inside those houses. But 40R official, they get picked off outside. Zutsu still holds on strong inside those compounds, as 40R loses their entire squad. And looking to try and chime in here, it's going to be LASTADE alongside with Wyld Fangs. This is just a 4-way showdown, maybe even 5 teams looking into these houses right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of eyes on these compound, but hey, it won't matter now. The circle moves away, so even Zutsu are going to be forced to move out. We're all knocked out. Ash and Noddy still standing, but Wyld Fangs, they are hoping to get double-digit eliminations this game as well. Well, they have double digits already. Now they have 11. There's a 12th one right there, and the 13th is just sitting outside this house.
Perfect third-party timings here coming in from Wyld Fangs. They've lost Spray God, but Zutsu, Nodi, last man standing, they did a fantastic job holding down the forces from 40R. But right now, it's going to be Wyld Fangs. Goten goes in for the flick. Goten having his weapons down here may have paid his price with his life, as Nodi finds a very easy pick onto him. They thought they cleared him now, but it seems like Wyld Fangs did not check thoroughly.
For some reason, they just assumed that Zutsu Esports was done and dusted. Or maybe that last man ran away. That was the assumption that they made. Sensei and Kana now still surviving, and I don't think there are a lot of options left for them apart from to run away. But SINEWY Esports, oh my goodness, blink it and you miss it. Caught off guard at the hands of Team X Esports, and of course H4K. SINEWY eliminated from the game. H4K could be next because even Genesis Esports are there on the raids. Gravity taking a lot of damage, just going to be forced in the backlines. But Mac with the P90 finds those frags for his team. H4K, they are still alive. They have 4 finishes secured. It is not enough, but if they break into the top 3 of this match, this is the game that helps them catch to the top 8.
Well, speaking of a top 8 potential here, Genesis Esports, one of the biggest problems for every single team coming from north side. Not a single finish coming from them. They've done a fantastic job setting up the stage for themselves, but now only 7 teams remaining and 15 people are alive. -4, that's going to be 11 teams, or in this case, 11 players for Genesis Esports to kind of capitalize on in terms of points. And they are looking for those cleanup. Now Vanguard getting rushed in from H4K. Insidious pretty much stuck in the rock and hard place, gets surrounded, gets flanked, and gets completely destroyed here. Wizard getting small, getting naded from afar as Genesis Esports chimes in to secure those points. Unfortunately, no points yet again for Genesis Esports. Their points are slipping away bit by bit every single time they engage. It's just getting stolen by everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say as well. That Genesis, we have seen them try the level best, get involved in those fights, but they find the knock and then someone else takes away the point. Although I still believe that Genesis is one of the top contenders to secure this chicken dinner in this game. They finally found the opener for themselves and are now going against the only team that has kind of equal numbers. In fact, they are going against both of them at the same time. This is a little bit concerning because Genesis Esports just charges towards LASTADE and H4K in tandem. Hunters and Zap in the backlines. Gravity and Viper are the ones who are looking to engage into that fight. That is just a hyper-aggressive move coming in from Genesis Esports. If things go wrong, even if there is a small, tiny slip-up, they do not survive this. And that slip-up, I believe, is going to come from the fact that Reaper from the side of Team Tamilas is still there in this game in the backlines.
Well, Zap needs to be a little bit careful here. Molotovs has been set up. Hunters looking to try and get an opener here against LASTADE. Now, here comes the nade again, but no connection. Yes, he does actually connect as well. Gyro God goes down. LASTADE wants to pick him up. And this is prime time for Genesis to try and clean them up here. Reaper, he sees all this rotation, but he's all by himself. He doesn't want to try and make a jump here, knowing that he wants to survive for position. But Hunters with the rush, he takes down another one, and that's going to be 2 more points in the hands of Genesis.
Yeah, but you see those 2 nades being cooked, and Hunters could be in trouble. Joyesh, if he finds a knock, this could be all over for Genesis, but no, they regroup. Joyesh is going to be shut down by Gravity, and Genesis are now once again looking like the top contenders for this win. It's just that one last man, the X factor inside of this game, Reaper from Team Tamilas. Genesis have the information to work with as well. They know exactly where the players from the side of H4K are. Look at this, Mac in the backline spoiled out. Hunters is going to try and keep him at bay, and his teammate Viper from the flank is going to make sure that the other 2 players from H4K that are right next to this dip are going to be feeling the pressure of his presence as well.
I really like the confidence coming from Hunters as well. He smoked his own vehicle, expecting that he might be there, looking for an off angle. And if somebody decides to shoot, their position is pretty much exposed. Now Wizard finds the shot onto his Viper from an off angle. They need Hunters to kind of sneak up as well, and he is slowly creeping up as well. Genesis Esports, with those suppressed fire, he's going to mask his presence. He might be able to get the jump. Look at this, Hunters waiting for the perfect timing. Viper finds the knocker here on H4K, and here comes the jump on Hunters. He finds one, and now H4K, they crumble to pieces. They get completely demolished. What a bait and switch from Genesis Esports.
Yeah, and with that, I guess a back-to-back chicken dinner for Genesis Esports is guaranteed. The last one was massive. this one is going to be a decent one as well. They have 7 finishes on the board already, and with just one last man left alive in this game, Genesis is set up for an 18-point match. Reaper spotted out and sent back to the Grim Reaper by the man he shot at. Viper was the player who got that last finish, and it is official now. Back-to-back chicken dinner for Genesis Esports on their first play day of BGIS 2026, The Grind.
This was a masterclass performance coming from Genesis here in terms of macro gameplay on how they decided the match. And truth be told, yes, they've gotten a chicken dinner, but I still feel that they were robbed of a perfect game just because they were the one. No. What I mean by rob as the perfect game is not just as in 10 finishes. I'm talking about 20, 30 finishes because a lot of the knocks was just stolen away.
I mean, I disagree with you on that because for me, Genesis played a perfect game. They started off with that Lipovka mansion spread, and when you're pushed towards the edge, you can't really go for every single knock finish conversion, right? You need to know where to back off. Sometimes you just give back to the community, right?
Fair enough.
That is what Genesis was doing.
But this final moment here was so
clean
as well here because Hunters initially faked out his position. H4K was aware that he's somewhere there. But again, if anybody decides to push out those Hunters, the first thing they would realize was that smoke. So he's not exactly in the smoke. That was the first fake out.
Yeah.
And as soon as Hunters tries to make a play, every single team from Genesis, from Viper, from Zap, from Gravity, everybody was firing just to distract H4K, and the moment Hunters crept up on them, that was the surprise element to just completely take them all out. So that was a very, very nice comms coming from Genesis Esports.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm in love with this team right now, and I hope they keep playing the same way till the later stages. We have the stats on our screens. And of course, because of the fact that the finish conversions weren't coming through, we see a player with just 3 finishes but over 1,000 damage. But it doesn't matter. 17 points in this game, 20 plus in that previous match of theirs. Incredible outing for Genesis Esports today. I think if you wanted a dream start, this is it. This is the perfect launch.
Yeah, I agree. You know, like Genesis, they're playing absolutely out of their minds as well. Like, I do not know where all this strats is coming on, but the confidence to execute the trust between the 4 players in terms of splitting as well was just insane. Like, Viper is doing his own thing, Zap is doing their own thing, and the trust to kind of link up a strat and plan on the spot and just execute it was just so clean and efficient. So I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I can't wait to see how they perform in their next remaining 3 matches tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be incredible to watch this team in action. But apart from them, H4K also had a brilliant game in this one. Zutsu kind of got stuck in an awkward position. Of course, Wyld Fangs, one thing is for sure, this team will be about aggression in their journey because they struggle with placement points, but the finishes are coming quite nicely.
Well, for all things considered here, we are going to be closing things out here for Group B, but right after this break, we'll be back with Group A. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here, and the grind phase has just begun here because we are about to witness one of the most stacked lobbies thus far. We did catch a glimpse on how Group B was going to be performing here, but this next group is going to be a very, very exciting one as well. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is Big Boy Necro, caster of the year for 2025. Finally going to be showing us what good BGMI gameplay we're going to be witnessing here today as well, because this upcoming match, the most stacked lobbies, what are we going to be expecting?
I mean, look, expectations are going to be quite a bit. As you mentioned, most stacked lobby, so we expect the gameplay as well to be on that level as well. But you know what? We'll continue the conversation. Right now, we got to focus on something that's beautiful and great, and that's going to be this beautiful Frozen Flora set, which blooms in forest. I recommend you guys to head inside of the game, and if you can, try and get your hands onto it.
Well, this Winter Glow Sylph set is just amazing to watch as well. It's got new dynamic action moves in itself. So be sure to check it out right now. It is available live in the game. Be sure. Look at this. Look at this. It's so nice. It's so pretty.
Yep.
Like two of my most favorites one. It is going to be the Rebel Rogue Force and also this.
But hey, to be honest, Rebel Rogue Fox, it's much more easier to attain since all you need to do is just grind. But over here, you gotta have a bit of that luck as well with you. And if you are lucky enough, you can get that beautiful skin. And to be honest, it looks better than Rebel Rogue Fox. But yeah, back towards the conversation of new groups, right? We still have got the stats for the previous game to yet pop up on the screen.
Take that back.
Okay.
Take that back. It's not better than Rebel Rogue Fox.
Okay, Rebel Rogue Fox better, I guess.
No, take that back.
Okay, well, Frozen Flora is better, I guess.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. Anyways, speaking of which, let's talk about the MVP of that match here. Goten from the side of Wyld Fangs here. Him single-handedly dispensing one of the 3 players right at the start of the game. Getting their small little revenge against TKM was phenomenal as well, because, you know, again, their initial drop clash from the previous round forced them to take a little bit of exit here. So I'm very happy that they were able to get the revenge in this match. But let's talk about the other players as well. We have Monty coming from NoNx Esports, we have Hunters coming from Genesis, and also Sensei coming from Wyld Fangs being part of the top 4 players here. And I feel like Genesis securing a back-to-back chicken dinner was just huge for them.
That's massive. 18 points out of this game as well. But Wyld Fangs too, consistency maintained. The previous game they had double digits. This game as well getting 14 points. That's massive. H4K getting 12 points in total. Even LSDE getting 10 points in total. You've also got NoNx Esports once again right there with 9 points. And Team Tamilas, that one player sneaking inside of the top 3. Yes, some things never change, but I think that has been the main problem for Team Tamilas in the past few years as well. And now it seems like nothing's changed.
Yeah, him getting top 2 was just huge here. There was only so much he could have done, considering the fact they were picked off rather early because of the initial macro gameplay coming from Genesis, but I'm very happy for them as well. But let's take a look at how the overall standings has kind of shifted as well. Genesis is going to be the table toppers here for Group B with 49 points in total with 2 chicken dinners back-to-backs in the map of Erangel. Very, very impressive stuff coming from Genesis. KALINGA Esports fell out a little bit short, but with that map from Rondo gives them a pretty decent standing. NoNx Esports with 26 points as well. But Wyld Fangs, despite a very awkward early exit in Game 2 because of a small drop clashes, in 2 games, they were able to rack up 22 points in total. So that is a huge amount of points that Wyld Fangs has gathered in just 2 games.
Yeah, but the problem is now Genesis Esports is running away with the lead. 49 points already on the board. That means it's still a decent bit of separation in the overall standings between the first and the second spot. Then you've also got a few banners like EVOX coming through with 24 points. Even LSD right there with 24 points. Still the overall standings, other than the first spot, it's still pretty fragile.
Yeah, it is still very, very fragile here. But of course, right now, Genesis does have a somewhat of a safety cushion to work with. Not really super safe, but it's a great start here from Genesis as well. 2 chicken dinners out of 3. I would say, what more can you ask for?
I know, right?
I felt like Genesis Esports could have gotten a little bit more in Game 3. Johnny disagreed with me. He said that they had the perfect game. I felt like it could have been even more perfect because their strategies was on point, their executions was on point. It's just that when they held those compounds and shoved everybody around them into absolute chaos, they did not get a single finish for the first 20 I want to say first 18 minutes, I would say.
That's what I was saying as well, right? For Genesis Esports, I personally think more elimination points could have been garnered, but still, it's understandable. Genesis Esports did not really want to play with extra risk when they know that the game's anyways going to be theirs. The circle is constantly forming on top of them. Genesis Esports had a solid position, so you do not really need to risk it for the biscuit when you're pretty much just getting everything with you. And now comes the conversation around the new group that's going to be in the block. And we're speaking of Group A. Inside of Group A, we've got some big names. names like ORANGUTAN, TrueRippers, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Soul, Team AX, Victorious Sumus, Blitz Esports, Autobotz Esports, Reckoning Esports, 8-Bit, K9, Nebula Esports, God's Reign. Just listen to all these names and you know what's going to happen.
Now, this is the most stacked lobby thus far here for 2026 because we got 3 teams, 3 banners who represented the country on the global stage here. And that's ORANGUTAN, TrueRippers, and Aryan in this lobby in terms of the global experience. But we also have LAN finalists, podium finishers also in this lobby for BGIS, BMPS, and also BMSD, all in this lobby. So, do I want to be in this lobby? Absolutely not. But do I want to be in this lobby watching this? Absolutely yes. Hell yeah.
This is going to be extremely fun, and I'm pretty sure every single person in these teams is going to be dialed in. Speaking of K9 Esports, they are the runner-ups for BMSD. Speaking of God's Reign, yeah, we have seen a bit of that lackluster performance in the past, but they have went through a lot of roster changes as well, so I'm really down to see how God's Reign is going to be performing.
You know, the thing about God's Reign is, and I do not like about their entire 2025 jury, is that when they're playing low-tier lobbies, they always, you know, struggle a lot and then somehow finds a way to sneak into his top 8 and qualify all the way through. But when they play an international lobby, they're a completely different beast. I just do not understand this. I asked Destro this and he said, I don't know, man, we're just good with internationals.
Well,
for
to be honest,
reason.
the point is that God's Reign did pretty bad in IC as well. So that's the main
they did
problem.
pretty okay.
No, they were pretty much on the bottom, man. God's Reign was struggling too much in IC. We've got the caster's prediction as well popping up on the screen. And I personally went with HBSN because I do believe that these boys, once again, in the past, they're quite the known players. You personally went with Godlike. Okay, interesting. I'm not surprised.
Excuse me? How could you not be excited to watch Hero Xtreme Godlike, my friend?
I mean, I am excited
New
to
roster.
watch Godlike.
We've got Manya taking the helm this time.
I am excited to watch
The people wanted the change, and now we give them the change. How can you not want to see that?
Hey, don't forget Nebula Esports. Raw aggression and firepower. Are the end boys? I know they're going to bring it this time as well.
You read my comment about Nebula Esports, didn't you? It was on the KIE post. You read it, didn't you?
Of course,
like, we
read
know
it.
RD's leadership is great, you know. They pulled, like BMSD, their run was just amazing. Round 2, all the way from the bottom, climbed all the way to the land finals. Just, you know, when the grand finals happened, well, a little bit short, but it was close.
But hey, look, one important point that you brought up was that all these teams, or at least 3 of these teams, were out there representing the country in the international stage. And to be honest, of course, they did a decent job. Of course, they could have done a lot better. But now they're back over here with all that experience. And have they improved? Well, we're going to find out as we move on towards the first game for Group A. The plane's in the skies, and ladies and gentlemen, this time the plane's going to be extremely spicy as well. Are we going to see an aggressive start, or will it be a passive, slow and steady start where everyone just wants to get the lay of the land? I personally would love to see that aggression just instantly hit the neck.
Well, speaking of aggression, are we going to see major drop clashes is going to be my question here as well here. The most hyped team, obviously we have Team Seoul in the picture as well. We've heard rumors, we've heard a lot of adaptations, but for Seoul, seems like we haven't seen, you know, too much performance. We know that they have the capabilities as well coming from Legit and Goblin, but you know who came back? Joker's back.
And I guess Joker's going to be the main saver. He's always been that person who does constantly bring in good performances for whatever team he's playing. At this time as well, he's got to be someone that does bring in good performances. But hey, speaking of good performances, you've also got another name like Madkings, and we know what this team is capable of. Madkings is such a hit or miss, or at least the last time in 2025 when we saw them, they were a big hit or miss. Madkings, sometimes if they do start popping off, they will be on a whole different level. But if they do mess up, then you will see Madkings all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing Madkings kind of split off Shadow OG and Apollo since the entire year as well. They brought back Cyrex, which is really, really cool as well. Cyrex was one of the stars coming from Aryan at that time. He was one of the, I would say, the most performing player during their qualification run for BMPS in general. So it's nice to see that they've started to get all the MVPs, but it's not nice to see that right from the get-go, Pro getting pretty much knocked here from the side of Madkings from South George. 4-3 for Cyrex is going to be the savior this time, but him getting knocked, did not expect that as well. Seems like he is going to be picked up to Cyrex. They are going to make a run for it as well because Blitz is coming to finish them off.
Blitz is on the move, creeping towards the opponents. And it seems like the opponents themselves just want to fly away, but still, Pro gets caught and eliminated. We were just having a conversation about Madkings and how things are a little bit different this time, bringing in Cyrex on the board, a man who's got the international exposure. But yeah, Madkings off to a bad start.
Cyrex, he tried his best. If that was a Dacia, I think they would have been able to save him from Pro. But because it's a buggy and you put the guy right at the back and you go in for a spray, he's pretty much exposed regardless as well. So unfortunate for Pro. He is going to sit this out rather early. But speaking of another team here, Nebula going full on aggression. Scouts out the players coming from TrueRippers. And Kyo Lamau pretty much caught out in the open and stranded as well. His vehicle is pretty much damaged. Nebula Esports has got him pinned out in the open. The question here is, will his teammates from the side of TrueRippers go in for the save? Is going to be the question here. Hydro picks him up, and he's going to be able to skedaddle out of there. Suppress fire, or in this case, cover fire being lobbed over to Nebula, and they will disengage from this fight.
Shots were taken in the far fray, but it's TrueRippers we're speaking of. They know how to make it out alive from these type of scenarios, and TrueRippers, once again, they find the escape option. And yes, a recent addition in TrueRippers' banner, it's going to be Ronnie. I would love to see how Ronnie's going to be mixing up with this entire combination of TrueRippers. Even the old roster was pretty good, but Ronnie's addition, I'm not exactly sure how this one's going to be panning out. Of course, it has to be on the positive side of the spectrum. There's a reason why TrueRippers took him. But I just want to see what sort of a role Ronnie's going to be filling up.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually kind of agree with you as well, but TrueRippers, well, they got second place from IC, right? So they were able to get the global slot as well alongside with DRX during BMIC, which was very nice. Like you said as well, did the experience change is going to be the biggest question here as well, considering that this is the first time any of us have seen them since then. At least from last year in particular as well. Did TrueRippers improve? Did OG refine their things? Did Hero Extreme Godlike bring something new to the table? Will Soul finally live up to the challenge? And even for Nebula Esports, who, again, arguably during their BMSD run, had to start all the way from the bottom, and now they're being placed in Group A, one of the top contenders so far. Can they play with the best?
Also got to talk a little bit about Higgboson here, in the past known as Mysterious 4.
Oh, yeah.
They were also a part of International Cup, and yes, they were doing really good for themselves. How could we forget Bunny, Snowjawed? These players are fragging out, including Hero and Omega. Everyone was doing fantastic. And look at God's Reign. Interesting. Looting this truck, it's going to give them a lot of loot. And of course, whatever weapons they want to have, they can have it. So for God's Reign, already decked out. K9 Esports, for them, we know how the run was in Showdown.
Yeah.
Barely missing the park on the first spot. Ended things off in the second. They were the runner-up. Now I'm pretty sure they're here for the redemption arc.
Yeah, hopefully. But at the same time, this is going to be K9 Esports' first roster change since the entire year last year as well here. We've had Beast in this roster. And unfortunately, I do not know how K9 is going to be fared well here, considering that they were a whole full package the entire year itself.
Yeah. Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug, this trio, it was deadly. But now Beast is missing. I would still say K9 Esports should do pretty good. At the end of the day, they've still retained Ninja Boy. So he was the man who was able to get a lot of elimination points funneled in.
Yeah, he was the MVP, at least for BMSD as well. For during the semifinals runs, he was the guy with the most amount of finish points. So he is going to be somebody you have to watch out for as well. And it seems like we've got a picnic set up on the outskirts of where 8-Bit is. It seems like 8-Bit also had a little bit of a roster change here. This was a little bit of a mix of, I would say, Cincinnati kids. You know, since that Juicy is the main core, I would say. The old Cincinnati kids.
Yeah. You will see Sarang and Raiden a part of this. Juicy skips Raiden and Sarang. We all know Sarang is a man who's got a deep past. We have also seen the man's downfall. Hopefully this time we're going to see a massive uprise. TrueRippers, a bit of a slow start this time.
Yeah. And speaking of uprise as well, BGIS is all about the grind. You know, it's all about training. It's all about preparations as well. So this is the perfect place to test your strats, test your formations, and see how it fares against the best from all around India. from the open qualifiers, the in-game qualifiers, surviving all the way towards the grand finals. It is a long journey. And I would say it's one of the longest leagues so far out of all the officials.
Indeed. And this Group A, it's been off to a pretty slow start, I see. Everyone's just getting the lay of the land, knowing exactly how the teams are going to be playing, what sort of strategies we're going to see. But hey, what you're seeing right now on your screen is an incredible Porsche, which you can get your hands on inside of the game. My personal favorite variation is going to be the Porsche 911 Carrera GTS. You guys can head inside of the game and maybe try and get your hands onto it as well. Oh, shots taken against OG. Aru, the man scratched up pretty low. Still surviving barely on a sliver of HP. Aru wants to make it out alive, but now the shot's too deadly. Ejected outside of the vehicle. Aru's already taken too much damage. There's also Goblin around the fray, just constantly driving around. And for OG now to get that revival on Aru, that's impossible. OG down to a 3-man squad. What a bad start it is for OG.
Yeah, OG wasn't even trying to take a fight as well. They're trying to rotate away, and Soul was able to pick them off. Nice shots here coming from Legit, alongside with Joker. Now with the IGL down from OG, not a great start for them. However, let's talk about the other teams that are still going to be having a little bit of engagement here. It seems like TrueRippers, they did scout out a player who's pretty much inside all by himself. Instantly goes in for the confirmation. Dhruv did not know what hit him. He was able to trade Ronnie off, but no cover fire at all from our Rapid Chaos Esports, I'd say.
TrueRippers. A little bit safe and sound as of now. And yeah, Rapid Chaos. Not so rapid after all. It is TrueRippers inching in closer. And Rapid Chaos. Toxic, the man's just going to back away. Respect the opponents and their boundaries. Nebula Esports caught off guard out in the open. Phoenix gets eliminated. A pretty bad way to get caught. 8-bit, that's going to be free elimination point, and they will be pretty happy with it as well. Yeah. But now, what's the game plan for Nebula Esports?
They have to run. Like, they're not exactly in zone as well. There's a little bit of misplays here coming in from Phoenix, especially was kind of spread out from the team. 8B was able to go for the hit and run. They're still outside hunting outside the zone, but the circle is going to force them all towards the east side as well. Victoria Summer's got a good spread towards Yasnaya and towards the outskirts of Mansion. We've got Reckoning Esports all the way towards the far east as well. K9 towards the northeast corner. OG swings all the way past towards the north side. Yasnaya now going to be coming in from the northeast corner. Seems like they do want nobody around them at the back so that they can actually spearhead in. Which in this case, because of this long rotation, and based on how the initial flight path is, it's the furthest away from the entry point.
Oh, look at Godlike. There's so many teams around them. God's Reign's a part of it. Madkings a part of it. And it seems like both the teams, they've got Godlike surrounded. It's not looking too good. Manya, the man's caught. This compound, there's too many foes around it, and Manya's already softened up too low. Utilities from Godlike, they are doing some damage, but it's not enough. Delta's still safe, and the man's going to patch himself up, so it's all good and dandy. Utilities tossed out from Godlike, and none of the utilities are finding any sort of connection. S-Power, the big man, needs to go massive. Shots are taken from that S12K, but the connection's not so precise, and S-Power falls down as well. Godlike, they're getting systematically dismantled. As now Jonathan, he's just going to back away from this spot. Oh man, no. Godlike, you wanted to see them? Well, there you go, Icy.
Oh no, Jonathan was not prepared to help them out. They were just completely shredded as well. S-Power, he did so much damage. They were disoriented and desynced here. Jonathan was able to get the first knock from afar, but at the same time, there's still conversions of this. Mistakes has been made. And now Jonathan against the world all by himself. He's got a whole building for himself. But there's only so much he can do now. Godstray knows exactly where he is. Madkings has heard shots coming from him. But the difference between God's Reign and also Madkings is that Madkings knows, or in this case, does not know, that Jonathan is all by himself.
I see. You know what? I think you cast a curse them. Straight up. Your pick, once again, not going too good. Remember? BGIS 2025 IC, you were the big cursor. Cursing teams left, right, center. Once again, that curse is back. But you know who else is back in the playing field? That's going to be the players of Seoul against the boys of Autobotz Esports. And Autobotz, as of now, it does seem like they're getting absolutely shredded to pieces. Another man down from Seoul, and this time around, Goblin is the casualty. But it's fine. They've still got the man advantage at the end of the day. Autobotz Esports falling back. Lobster, he's there in the front lines. And he's quite softened up as well. Let's not forget the fact that there's also 8-Bit around the fray. The moment Seoul gets even more weakened, there's going to be a chance that 8-Bit makes that third party and instantly make that climb against him, but it's not even going to matter. Legit, with a clean sweep in the end.
Okay, legit. That has got to be the cleanest takedown here coming from Seoul. What a domination coming from Seoul. But Goblin, he gets confirmed from 8-Bit from afar. Sarang was able to find all this commotion very interesting in his favor. He was able to pick one out. But Seoul, they are going to be scrambling. Smokes has been set up, but 8-Bit, they have to push into zone now. Same can be said for Seoul. They have to leave the compound here. Knuckle has pretty much left the building to head towards Yasnaya, while Juicy is trying to find an easy exit frag, which in this case, well, no connection, no vision, as Seoul will be able to skedaddle out of there. Legit. Gonna be running through Yasnaya, hoping to swing through the urban warfield. And then come out, knowing that nobody's gonna be playing the city here, considering how the circle is kind of developed as well. Madkings outside the zone, heard a couple of commotions, but still very hesitant on how they want to take their approach inside the zone, knowing that Aryan is going to be gatekeeping them.
Another possible clash that can happen is between Nebula Esports and Higgboson. Right next to each other in close proximity, and we know Nebula Esports, they do not like anyone in their close proximity. TrueRippers next to Blitz, and I don't think TrueRippers is going to be charging on. Blitz is on the run, they will be safe as of now. TrueRippers on the opposite side of the spectrum, all 4 players standing. They've also got 1 elimination point secured. So things looking clean as of now. Reckoning Esports taking shots in the front. And yeah, once again, at this point in time, it's just all about utilizing your weapons to the maximum potential, maybe getting a few knocks if you can, burning through the opponent's meds.
Reckoning Esports getting the opener here on Blitz. Levi looking to try and capitalize on this as well. Now, cooking up a nade. Here comes the one. Blitz Esports. Counter nades are coming in. He finds the first conversion here from Levi. Blitz, they're scrambling. They're running as well. A second nade comes in. No connections here. But Blitz Esports, they know they're getting pushed. Lavish Levi thinking if they want to commit to this fight. But they will settle with that 1 point and back out. Knowing that the circle is about to shift. And the circle does shift in their favor. They might look to re-engage now.
Circle moving down south, and as you mentioned, favoring the players of Reckoning Esports, Nebula, and even Higgboson. Blitz as well, right around the corner, so Blitz too, you can't say. They are around the safety block. But right behind Blitz, there's OG, and even OG's hurt. AX as well, collecting a few loose stragglers. This time against the players of Madkings, collecting a few frags. Team AX, there was aimbot down low, but it's all good in the hood. Aimbot will be recovered. Madkings, though, man, the man number, it's too low. They can't keep on fighting like this. It's just Clutch God. Now, I don't think Clutch God can do a lot. Look at Henry, trying to snipe with a bow and arrow. I don't think it's possible.
Well, I think it's good, just because of the fact that it does clear off a lot of obstacles from out and open as well. You do chip away at utilities, you do chip away at forced reactions as well, especially when they get exploded from the sides as well. And I think Clutch God is going to be the biggest problem right now, because Devotee did scout him out in the vicinity. So if the bow does clip him off, he's going to force to use a lot of meds here. But seems to be Aryan, they do scout out 8-Bit, trying to rotate through the fields, make a mad dash out of it, but no connection so far. Aryan doesn't want to overcommit to this spray, knowing that he does not have a lot of ammunition, but now Clutch God tries to run out in the open, gets caught out, Devotee gets the knock. Or in this case, the confirmation onto his Madkings that they will be the next team to be eliminated in this game.
For AX, the rotation's going to be tough. All the edges filled with Guardian Angels, and those foes are not going to let them go. Rapid Chaos, Arjun getting caught out in the open. But at least the man is still there to just try and squeeze himself barely in. But what just happened? What? How did Levi just hand out the death blow? The man sent literal Grim Reaper. Shuts both of them down. Utilities as well, doing a lot of damage against Flash. And Flash is barely surviving on a sliver of HP. This nade's got to be it. And yes, it will be.
Oh my
Rapid
goodness.
Chaos eliminated just by the hands of Levi.
Levi, you're an absolute crazy madman as well. He's Foundry. He's just taking people left, right, front, and center. Now he's going to be looking at another one on 8-bit as well. Does that nade connect? It looks good. Ooh, a little bit too close, but Raiden, he is scared off as Reckoning Esports pushes them back. Counter nades are coming in from TrueRippers. There's just too many teams inside Mansion. Meanwhile, Jonathan trying to survive all by himself here, gets picked off by Aryan here as aimbot takes him out. And now, even with the circle slowly closing in, God's Reign still deciding if they want to push through. Aryan looking for the reset from the west side. But God's Reign, they do have a small little ridge to work with right at the cornerstones of the zone, which gives them temporary sanctuary, which is good for God's Reign. But no major fights is about to happen here between these two teams.
Not yet. Still a major cluster of teams around the right side. TrueRippers, 8-bit, Reckoning Esports, Soul. That's 4 teams right next to each other. And the moment a fight happens, there's going to be an instant third party. AX, this team once represented the country in the international stages, so experience is definitely there. K9 Esports spotting the players of Victorious Sumus and Victorious. They're now trying to pull off a different rotation. The next zone shift's going to be important.
Oh no.
And that's going to be shifting right on top of the players of Higgboson.
Well, Higgboson, Nebula, they have one of the happiest zones right now. Positions is just amazing. But the problem lies between Mansion itself. 8-bit, TrueRippers, Reckoning Esports, so they're all clustered up together. This is going to be a big, major fight down towards the southeast corner. And it's already begun. Blitz found the opener on towards Joker from the side of Soul. But Victoria Summers, smooth and easy breezy, north rotations. And I think, oh no, actually legit this was the one that actually got knocked here. Reckoning, going to be taking a look on towards them. 8-bit, not going to be making a move yet, considering that they are the closest to the zone right now. So they are hoping to try and punish any players trying to make a move on towards this. And even on the far horizon, OG, they're waiting for some sort of noise before they can actually push through.
To be honest, it's been a pretty slow and a systematic game so far. We're not really seeing that unwanted chaos.
It's about to happen.
Yeah, it is about to happen. The circle is shifted out in the open. The only possible compounds in the hands of Nebula Esports and Higgboson. And 8-bit. Oh, that's going to be a spot. TrueRippers making that rotate. Raiden's still not taking any shots, but he's got the intel. But what is 8-bit even going to do? Nothing. OG under heavy fire as Blitz. They are going to be the one to make sure that OG will be punished. OG's already lost out on 2 big men, including AKOP. A team that was there in the international stages, now getting absolutely ripped apart. And Blitz is making it look easy. Soul from the back, they're there to get the few elimination points. And just like that, OG has been eliminated.
Yeah, they just had no space. They just had no entry point. Blitz was safeguarding them. Soul was safeguarding them as well. And Blitz is still holding on to this compound. And guess what? The third parties finally comes in from Soul as they need to push in through the zone. OG hit the first jab, but legit tries to get the second one, but unfortunately gets naded out. Joker goes in for the push. He wins his fight, but he is going on the mad warpath, but unfortunately could not find another as he was surrounded, as Soham is able to hold on. And just like that, Blitz Esports, they wipe off 2 major teams. And now a major fight happens on towards the center of the zone with TrueRippers getting slammed on. And they will be able to hold on.
Reckoning Esports. That's going to be a major blow. TrueRippers to make it look easy, but I'm sure it's not. God's Reign underneath the footholds of Nebula Esports. And the same thing can be said for the players of TrueRippers as well. It's going to be an uphill battle for them. Nebula with the advantage. And this high ground advantage can mean quite a bit. Athi was getting shot even from the backlines. There's also Higgboson. And now Blitz is also taking shots against TrueRippers. What is this trifecta of death? Victorious Sumus getting eliminated amidst all this chaos. Blitz Esports constantly being a pain. TrueRippers as well, now getting slowly and steadily ripped. But still all the 4 players are up. So that's a good thing.
Well, this is going to be a very, very tough match in the push as well. Nebula's got the highest ground. They have been taking jabs from afar, but look at this, 8-bit getting eliminated as well. As Higgboson was able to take him out.
What? They actually lose out on the man completely. Higgboson down to a 3-man squad. That's got to blow. Elimination point stolen. And even K9 Esports is dropping down to men. Blitz Esports from the back is constantly being a pain. TrueRippers, they are definitely facing the brunt, but even Blitz Chuthan gets knocked out. TrueRippers is taking 2 different fights and 2 different fights. It's also going to be God's Reign on the receiving side of the spectrum, and TrueRippers, they're honestly ripping them. Slowly and steadily, TrueRippers is on the verge of clenching their fists, but even Jelly falls apart. TrueRippers not having enough men to make the pounce against God's Reign, but still the man advantage is not with them. God's Reign dropping down on another man, and this time they will be wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby. But TrueRippers, the fight continues, the struggle continues. 2 men still standing, another man is on the verge of being caught. Ronnie's down to barely any sort of HP, but Nebula, they're dropping down in men too.
Oh my goodness, Kyo Lamau, you're an absolute crazy madman. Hits the headshot, forces the engagement, baits them out. Kratos was picked off as well. And just like that, Nebula Esports, they overcommit. And now TrueRippers, they get the reset. Blitz looking to try and pounce on this as well. Adi gets confirmed from afar. And now Nebula, they're weak. Their defense is exposed. They're completely exposed from anyone to push through. And now even K9 Esports from the north side. An absolute chaos as Aryan gets picked off, but the rest of Team Aryan is still alive. Ninja Boy, last man standing, tries to make a run for it. His buggy losing a tire, hoping to survive this, but he is able to regroup with his friend Omega. As K9 Esports survives towards the center of the zone, but they're pinned by every single direction. TrueRippers scouts out Omega, shots fired from all directions. K9 Esports, they're stuck, they're exposed, and Omega gets knocked. TrueRippers, they're doing it every single direction, peppering inside the zone. It's just absolute chaos right now.
Shots too deadly, Higgboson. Even them from the back line, they want to get a few elimination points if they can. Just take the advantage of what's going on in the front. Higgboson is able to chip away some damage, but not get the confirmations yet. Blitz Esports, they've already pushed up close and personal. And that nade from TrueRippers, it was pretty good. That Molotov catches Saurav. And that's going to be a big problem. But Soham still, he's got the P90 to work with. And he strikes down 2 players in return. Soham is doing a lot of damage. And seriously, TrueRippers, they're hurt.
They're exposed. TrueRippers, they've got knocked as well, but Soham, he gets picked off from where? Higgboson from the outer compound was able to find an off angle. And now we're down towards the final 3 teams. TrueRippers needs the reset. Higgboson staying in those compounds for the longest of time, and Aryan is able to push through, but at what cost? And everybody's down low. Henry from the far horizon. Higgboson now in prime position to get the chicken dinner. But the problem is, who do they fight first? Aryan going to be knocking in. TrueRippers with the zone pushing them as well. They have vehicles. They've got the manpower. And Henry with those explosive arrows just so suppressed from afar. What a strat coming in from Henry.
Yeah, it's trying to snipe him, but I don't think it's going to work. Henry, maybe spraying that smoke's going to be a better option. But he's just continuously sniping those players. AX, that international exposure has definitely given them a lot.
Wow.
Of scope for improvement, and they have actually improved on as well. And now looking at Higgboson, as you mentioned, they definitely do have a good position, but how do they capitalize? It's a proper 3v3v3. And Team AX, the man's on the verge of being taken down. Aimbot, the man still surviving now, finally squeezes himself behind that cover, and he's good.
Okay, Omega, he literally whiffed his entire shot. He could have gotten the knock. But now, Devotee pretty much exposed. Higgboson finds an off angle, sees him out there, but he needs some cover fire. And Aryan, they're getting flanked as the shots come through from the far horizon. TrueRippers makes their first rotation in, and they might look to try and third party this. Nade's coming in, hits on Devotee, he's dropping down low, smoke's being set up, the Molotovs is there, barely clipping onto his Devotee, and he's still alive, and Higgboson hasn't able to find a knock yet.
Utility's way off the mark, but this nade! Oh
my goodness.
That was almost it. Blasting right on top of Devotee, but not close enough, and there we go. Higgboson, finally, they find the opener they were looking for. Devotee's down, Aimbot's still in the back, you've also got Henry still up and alive. And Omega just wants to find that glimmer. Heroes up close, and Heroes finally got that glimmer. He was taking those shots against Aimbot, but still haven't really found the knock yet. Now it's going to be patching himself up. TrueRippers, they have been left in the shadows for such a long time. They were quiet, but now even TrueRippers, they step inside of the playing field. Devotee's down too. Team AX in shambles. Higgboson, if they do manage to shut down Team AX completely in a flawless manner, then this will be their game.
Oh my goodness, TrueRippers, they are pretty much open as well. Omega gets traded off by Hydro. TrueRippers, they might be able to clutch the chicken dinner. Only Bunny remains from Higgboson. Same can be said from Henry, from Aryan. It is a 2v1v1 situation here as Hydro cleans out the remaining players of Aryan. 2v1v1 situation. 2 knocked. 1 from Higgboson, 1 from TrueRippers. Can they get the reset is going to be the question here. Henry, they heard all these commotions, but it seems like Higgboson is going to be able to pick up Hero to try and equalize the score. And TrueRippers resets as well. It is a 3-man roster now.
Heavy man advantage with them. TrueRippers, they've got 3 players standing, 10 finishes racked up. Confidence is going to be oozing out. Higgboson Hero. The man does not even have meds now. He's utilizing the bandages to patch himself up, but does he have any boosters? Look at Henry. The man's getting approached. TrueRippers, now they need the control, and that's why they're fighting against Henry. But he just can't do anything. A DBS up close and personal, that's always going to be deadly. As Henry's eliminated, and now it's a big standoff between Higgboson and TrueRippers, but TrueRippers, they've got the man advantage.
What a flush coming from TrueRippers as well. Keo Lamal. He may not be the ones that gets the frag, but damn, his cover fire has been on point. Same can be said for Hydro. 7 finishes in the game. TrueRippers looking to close things out here. 2v3 now. Full resets comes through from both sides. But Higgboson, they're pinned. And TrueRippers, they've got vehicles to work around here. They try to reposition, look for a flank angle. As the nade's about to come in, Jelly. Could be lobbing one over, hoping to find a connection on the rock, but no one's there. Higgboson trying to find some sort of punish right here. If they overexpose and find an opener, they might be able to find an opportunity, at least for Higgboson, for this chicken dinner.
TrueRippers too clean. Knew exactly when they want to apply the brakes and play a little bit passive. Higgboson, this 2-man squad, they've got a lot of pressure. Eliminating those 3 players of TrueRippers and then stepping their foot forward for a victory. And Hero spotting another man. Keo, he's already taking too much damage. Oh, cautiousness needs to be there. TrueRippers, you cannot keep on playing with fire like that. But Bunny gets caught. He's knocked out. Now the fight's down to a 1-on-3. TrueRippers on the verge of claiming this chicken dinner. It's going to be the first game for Group A, and TrueRippers, they're on the verge of claiming it. And yes, they will. Such a clinical game from TrueRippers. For a moment, we thought they will be eliminated. The position they had against Nebula. But the moment Nebula got eliminated, TrueRippers, they knew the fates were sealed.
What a game coming from TrueRippers as well, because there was so many instances that they could have been taken out. But what a clutch from Keo Mao to suppress Nebula. And what a timing as well, because Nebula Esports, they were attacked by Blitz Esports, saving TrueRippers right down towards the shacks itself, letting them get the full reset, and then just cleaning out the rest of the games the moment you give them the space and the time. But still, what a performance it is in Group A, because there were so many high-level strategies from each and every single team, and it's so hard to process what was happening on the screen.
That was indeed some crazy stuff. You wanted to look at Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and you exactly saw what happened to them. Not able to get a lot of points, but Team AX as well, they were a major surprising factor. Higgboson, to be honest, this team was known as Mysterious 4 when they played in IC. They were doing really good, and right now as well, they did pretty good for themselves.
I really like that roster, just because they were under the radar for quite some time. But eventually, the entire year, they find themselves in positions where, hey, how do you crawl to get into the LAN finals? Why are these guys here? But just could not perform the LAN finals. But now, with the decisions and gameplay that have showed in this game, it just shows that Higgboson is a team that you can pay attention to and support as well. Like, yes, arguably the final fight here was a 2v3, but they still gave TrueRippers a run for their money.
Indeed. I mean, we've got the stats for TrueRippers on the screen as well. I mean, just look at Hydro fragging out in a whole different way. Just Hydro and Ronnie's frags combined They are the amount of frags usually a team gets, and Hydro single-handedly was able to get 7 elimination points. Ronnie was able to get 2 finishes, and then the remaining 2 players as well, they were able to have a little bit of that contribution, but still it does not even matter. What matters is a chicken dinner. TrueRippers got it, and now they've got a solid start in the overall standings.
Based on their stats as well, I have to give my personal MVP to KALINGA as well. Yes, he's got 1 finish, but 555 damage. His cover fire is one of the reasons why TrueRippers has been able to survive so many times. Yes, he may not get the knock, but his cover fire is so on point.
Okay, I mean, KALINGA has been one of those instrumental players for the entire banner. Nothing taken away from that. And we were having this conversation as well, knowing exactly what sort of a role Ronnie's going to be filling up. But I guess he is doing a decent job in what exactly he's assigned. I'm still not able to crack down what Ronnie's doing, but I'm pretty sure his job is to bring in that control for the team. And the fact that TrueRippers knew exactly when to apply the brakes, knew exactly when they were supposed to be quiet in the end, they did so, and then especially when they realized that, okay, now maybe it's time to strike, they strike pretty well and got that game in their hands. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Group A is off to a fiery start, but for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You don't go anywhere, 2 more games still remain. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And Salty, I am sure you were looking at that game since you were sitting right next to me. And yeah, watching that first game, I'm pretty sure the skill cap, the skill difference between Group B, C, and D, and now Group A, it's way off. It's way different.
It is understandable, right? These were the top performing teams from Showdown last year, right? You've got the top 8 of BMSD inside of the grind right now. Of course, the skill gap is going to be there, but the question is, can they maintain it? Can they keep their run form? Because this is going to be a long format. This is going to be a grueling 24 matches, of course. And we know, as a matter of fact, for Group A, the stakes are going to be so high. Move into the quarterfinals, remove the threat of elimination from you.
For TrueRippers, a solid start. For Team X as well, it's a pretty good start. Higgboson as well, able to squeeze in decent amount of points, and also that second positioning in the end. So even they have got a solid start in their hands. But something that's going to give you a solid stance in the game is also going to be this beautiful Royal Enfield. My personal favorite is going to be the Continental GT650. What about you, man?
I mean, I like the classic 350. I've said that many times, but if I do get a Continental GT650, I'm not going to say no to that, because it is a different beast altogether, especially the red color, by the way. Necro kind of color matches the GT650. Yeah. I think you are representing the Continental GT650 tonight.
I guess maybe I should get my hands onto it, hop inside of the game right now, so you guys do it as well. But hey, enough talks about the teams. Now let's see who was that individual player who was able to pop off. It's not even a question, has to be Hydro. 7 finishes racked up just by this one individual lad, getting the damage number of 848 and 6 knocks acquired as well. Hydro was on a whole different level. But Salty, speaking of some of the big banners, OG, K9 Esports, Godlike, Soul, not able to do that good.
Absolutely. We'll have a look at how many points did they secure, especially from that last game, when the point standings do come up. But Hydro, of course, at the top. You've got Ninja Boy with 4 eliminations. I'm actually very happy with the way Blitz performed in that one. Chandan showcasing a class from that last season, this season as well. He's just continuing that 4 eliminations. And then you've got Levi, Esports Player of the Year. 4 eliminations for this lad as well.
Solid stuff from Levi. Getting these 4 eliminations is going to also uplift the confidence for the entirety of Reckoning Esports. Point standings pop up on the screen, and of course this is also going to be the overall standings since this was the first game for Group A. TrueRippers getting 23 points, AX getting 13 points, Higgboson getting 12 points, Blitz, as you mentioned, you were a big fan of their performance, getting 11 points, and definitely that's quite a decent start. K9 Esports getting 10 points. Okay, so I was wrong. I thought K9 Esports was not able to get a lot done, but I guess the elimination points did sort of do justice.
I mean, definitely so. I guess K9 Esports, that is a start for sure. But then you've got the teams like Godlike, Nebula Esports, who certainly had an opportunity to make a much more from what they actually acquired from that last game. I personally felt like, especially when TrueRippers were stuck in between Nebula and Godlike, they're going to get wiped out. But what survival instinct did we see? Reckoning Esports, 8-Bit, Madkings, I think these are the teams who need to make amends. 4-3-2 points respectively, not really well done. But Orangutan, Godlike, Autobotz, these were the 3 names we were actually looking out for. Even Victorious Sumus, they were absolutely scintillating last season. But this time it seems like Cheyenne moving on to a different lineup, it is actually hampering them way too much.
Madkings, 8-Bit, even Reckoning Esports not able to secure a lot of points. To be honest, Reckoning Esports is one of those banners which does have quite a stacked roster. But once again, it's just game 1 done, so I'm not really going to be too critical on these guys. I do believe that game 2, game 3, they might just settle down a little bit more. Probably inside of the game 1, a lot of these teams just want to get the lay of the land. But one bad news for these guys is now that the map is also going to be shuffled up. We're going to move on towards the map of Miramar, so things can be a little bit different, including the strategies.
Absolutely. I don't personally feel it's going to be a bad news for anyone because teams in the top flight, they've been playing Miramar for a very long time for now, so they understand the pace of the game as well. A couple of these names, especially Autobotz Esports, specifically Lobster, he comes alive whenever the map of Miramar comes around, so I'm going to be looking out for Autobotz because that was not a start that we expected, by the way.
I know, right? And to be honest, after that big performance from Lobster last year, we haven't really seen that same performance being replicated from Autobotz Esports in general. We have seen that major steep downfall, which is of course not a good thing. So Autobotz Esports, in my opinion, now it's time to recover just the way they played in 2025 BGIS. Maybe just try and replicate that same performance over here as well. Autobotz Esports, they do have that experience too. Speak of Lobster, we have been seeing this man since 2023. Lobster has always been there in different banners, but now that performance, it's a little bit lackluster.
I mean, first match, it is a little too critical, to be honest, to actually say that. So I'm hoping they actually recover well. But a couple of these names who do need a little bit of an upliftment. I'm talking about God's Reign, as a matter of fact. I think ever since 2023 got done and dusted, I am waiting to see Destro at its absolute best. That was a game where I felt like they could have actually done much better. You've got Neo, you've got Aquanox, you've got the firepower back in the lineup as well. But still, it seems like God's Reign, they're struggling with the circles. Same can be said with another one of these names, particularly Orangutan. It seems like that international experience isn't really helping them as much as it did for Team Aryan, because Henry with the explosive bow, a little bit of off placements from this team. That was something which they have learned from the international waters, haven't they?
Hey, look, just as you said, it's just the first game.
Yeah.
Nothing can be said just yet. First game, maybe OG just got caught off guard. Even the circle was actually moving away from OG, right? So it makes a lot of sense. OG was not able to pull off that rotation. Right in front of OG, there were teams like Blitz Esports and a few more teams around that similar block, so that's why it made sense why OG was not able to make that rotation. They got caught off guard while they tried to pull off that rotation. But the main good position was in the hands of Nebula Esports. And I do believe Nebula Esports could have converted that game pretty well. But something happened to them. They were just getting shot at from all the different angles. I don't understand the reason why Nebula Esports overextended so much that they were getting shot at even by the players of K9 Esports.
You know, I think it is the social media trend in Nebula Esports. We've been seeing these players post hashtag 1 or nothing. It just seems like they are being a little too eager to get all of those eliminations. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out what the storyline is on the map of Miramar right now.
Map is now different, and the intentions are going to be different as well. It's time to get the lay of the land, even on the deserty lands itself, as this time the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from El Azahar towards El Pozo. This plane fly path heavily tilted up north. If the teams do want to move down south, that's going to be a tough stretch. There's a chance we might see a few pit stop clashes.
There's a chance we might actually see a little bit of those initial collisions as well, those drop clashes around the regions of Picado, around the regions of San Martin. We'll find out if that does happen. Madkings Esports will be one of those lineups I want to be watching out for. Specifically saying I also want to be looking out for K9. I want to be looking at Team Soul as well, because recovery needs to be there. Joker, of course, currently speaking, he is one of those players who's got the most number of trophies inside of all of the community. So I want to just see that best performance coming in from Team Soul once again.
It's kind of weird, right? The Batman and the Joker staying together in one roster. Does not really sound too good, but I'm pretty sure this combination, it's going to bring in some nice improvements.
You also have Goblin in the mix of things, right?
Yeah.
It definitely is weird.
Maybe it's a different type of Avengers that are assembling. But for now, focusing on the game once again, TrueRippers around El Azhar. There's another team in that similar block. This might just be a tough pill to swallow for TrueRippers, but let's see how this one's going to be panning out. We never saw this coming. TrueRippers in a drop clash.
Yeah, we actually did not see that coming, but look at the circle, by the way. Almost 40% of it is outside of the map. You've got those western hills which are completely uninhabited. You cannot get access to them. And have a look at what we have in front. Adi with the vehicle just chasing down the lads of Blitz Esports. Shoham with the dagger is looking to find Adi, but the connection is not there. He is toying with his opposition.
He's not serious. He's trolling him. There's no way. And look what! Adi fights the connection, throws that dagger, and he shuts him down. This is literally styling on top of your opponents. What just Adi did.
I'm shocked. I'm definitely shocked.
Finish that guy off in style. And Adi literally closed up against him with his own will. And he does that.
That is aura farming inside of the world of BGMI, by the way. I have never seen somebody do something like that.
That's why I like Nebula Esports. You know what? I'm going to say it. That's why I like Nebula Esports. Aggression to its maximum. Style to its maximum.
Yeah.
That right there gets a lot of style points.
They're supposed to be the villains inside of the lobby, and they're doing things like the villains inside of the lobby. Blitz Esports, they are not going to like what happened to them, but nonetheless, you were talking about it. We are shifting focus towards LSR, where we do have two teams, Sumus and TrueRippers, in close proximities. There are going to be a little bit of distance between them for sure, but it seems like Reckoning Esports, particularly Levi, being caught off guard. Aru is still out there. No shots being taken, a lot of damage dished out to Levi, but it's all good and heard.
Yeah, I mean, Levi is down real low. But as you mentioned, it's all okay and good. All pretty stable. Reckoning Esports, I mean, they are one of those teams that does like to find that stability, but we're having a look at this entire replay once again. Yeah, just styling on top of the opponent. Adi, you're an absolute madman for doing that. He went inside of that warehouse with his own free will, did not even have a weapon. He was just bobbing and weaving his opponent. You know what that's called? That's called disrespect. He was not even scared of that man.
Absolutely. I think the amount of calm and the amount of composure that we got to see from this lad was brilliant. But also, the fact is that you do have some sort of collision building up over here, because Victorious Summers, they seem to be on the move. All the players huddled up in just one compound. And I guess Team TrueRippers, they are aware of the fact that there is some outliers in their city.
TrueRippers. The fact that this team hasn't really engaged in a fight yet, it's a little bit different. There's Victorious Sumus right next to him, and both of them somehow are living peacefully in El Azhar. It's unheard of. Two big banners living in the same city, that two not fighting each other, and it's not even that big of a city, by the way. If it's Los Leones, it's understandable.
Yeah.
But a city like El Azhar, Victorious Sumus, and TrueRippers living peacefully, that sounds weird. The Nebula in a problem, Soul right next to them.
The problem is, of course, from El Azhar towards the circle, it's going to be a long stretch of land that you've got to cover. Especially since the circle is so deviated towards the western part of the map, there are going to be multiple teams waiting to gatekeep around that periphery. Can both these teams, TrueRippers as well as Victorious Summers, reach the circle quite safely? I'm not sure.
Nebula Esports. Oh man, that's a lot of shots taken on Joker. Man's dropping down constantly, and eventually the man gets caught as well. What was Joker thinking? Soul knew that there's a man right around the corner. There's a man right inside of this house, and still Joker was dropping down so exposed to this window. A rookie mistake from Soul once again.
I think he wanted to be the penguin from Antarctica. Spotted the mountain, wanted to climb the mountain away from his troops. Do you know the reference?
Yeah, I know it. But I don't really understand why people are thinking so deep over that.
I mean, it is very philosophical for sure. I mean, he knew he was going to an eventual death, moving towards it, and I think the same goes for Joker as well.
Are penguins that smart?
I don't really know.
Or maybe us humans were just reading too deep into it. The penguin just saw something, he was moving towards it.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought of his own death.
It's more like literature where our teachers just teach us how the poet was thinking. The poet was in fact thinking that the curtain was blue, but a teacher brings out more emotions through it.
Yeah.
The curtain was in fact blue over there.
The more you think, the more problems occur. That's what I believe. Think less and think where you need to. What about that, Salty?
I think I agree with you. Think less. Don't really complicate stuff. Just like Higgboson did over there in the last game. I think that was brilliant rotation coming in from them. Very simplified gameplay. Not really putting themselves at risk majority of the times. And this time as well, they are on their merry rotation. They are going to find a sweet injection spot through the lands of Picado, by the way. Surprisingly, Picado was actually one of the hotly contested regions in Group C and D. But this time inside of Group A, nobody went to Picado.
True. Nebula right next to Godlike. And once again, by the way, Godlike's in a bad spot. I'm not a big fan of that position. Next to Nebula, there's also going to be Blitz moving around that same track once again. And Godlike will be pinched the same way they did in the previous game. It was God's Reign who took shots against him.
We've seen Mania pull off some amazing rotations on the map of Miramar. We've seen him do it for the banner of Team Soul. This time he needs to do it for a banner of Team Godlike. It is going to be interesting to find out if Godlike get a good spot inside the circle. But ladies and gentlemen, while you also do get good spots inside your games as well, might as well look cool. And for that, you do have the Royal Pass. There's a lovely little DP28 as well for yourself. The Rebel Rogue Fox looks brilliant. And one more important thing, when you do get that Royal Pass upgraded for yourself, you can recover entirety of the UCs, which gets you the Royal Pass next season as well. So it's just a one-time investment.
I thought you were going to give more compliments.
I mean, I was, but then the Rebel Rogue Fox is
gone.
Yeah, it's kind of gone. For me, now I'm a big fan of the Frozen Flora now.
Wow, your crush has changed just like that?
Yeah, I mean...
Not so loyal, are you?
I mean, we'll talk about that later on, ladies and gentlemen, but we do have the circle in front of us, which is pretty interesting. We are moving towards between Chumacera and Montenuevo, a region where there are going to be a lot of compounds, a lot of roads as well. You might as well want to find yourself those central spots. Have a look at this. Jit catches a couple of those players off guard. We were talking about it. Mania always in those scouting positions. This time has been taken down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the man was doing. Just clueless, driving around. I told you as well, I'm not a big fan of Godlike's positioning. There was Nebula, there was Blitz, there was Soul. And why would you want to just squeeze yourself around that crack? Mane was trying to scout. Once again, he seemed pretty clueless. Gets caught. Godlike now down to a three-man squad like Headless Chickens. They're still trying to find themselves a bit of that survival chance on that spot. K9 Esports as well on the receiving side of the spectrum. Has one of the men's knocked out. Rapid Chaos Esports. They're right next to K9 Esports. And Ninja Boy, that's the main playmaker. You cannot afford to lose out on the big boy. Ninja Boy's knocked. Confirmation not there yet. Toxic wanted to hand out the death blow, but there we go. Eventually gets it as well.
Like the Rapid Chaos from Rapid Chaos Esports. Spotted a ladder of guard and no trade potential to be found. Ninja Boy has been taken out of the picture. Now this is quick thinking coming in from Rapid Chaos. They're also quite close to the circle, and I guess their strategy is to play in from the edges. There is, of course, going to be a problem. We saw how LSR was kind of stacked. It seems like Victorious Summers are going to be extremely close to them. Meanwhile, the rest of the three assaulters from Hero Xtreme Godlike this time are going to be completely alone without their IGL. They do have a good spot for themselves. I guess they have occupied those central compounds, but this is the time where you need to let that firepower shine and get those elimination points on board, because my predictions, my money is on Godlike.
You might just be too early, my friend. Godlike's in a pickly spot, that's what I think. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of teams eyeing out in that same spot soon. Godlike will be pinched. Madkings as well. They've got a decent spot, to be honest. Autobotz Esports, not sure what they're doing here. But Lobster and the boys, even they need to perform. Still back in the blue, just like Victor Sumus is. Late game rotations, I'm not a big fan of it, but as of now, it seems like it's going to be a little bit forgiving for Autobotz Esports since they're going to find a free breaching point. But still, the next zone is going to be important, and it's going to be shifting around the players of Seoul and Godlike. Pretty much in center. OG is also there in quite a decent spot. Reckoning Esports, Higgboson, 8-Bit, K9 Esports, all these big banners, now they need a breach in, and they need to find a good breaching point.
I think for Autobotz Esports, you mentioned it's going to be forgiving, but I don't think Nebula Esports have the same idea. They're going to be gatekeeping as much as possible, and for Autobotz Esports, this is so uncharacteristic by them. They've always focused on the central spots, always loved to capture those high ground areas, but this time they were not quick on their feet to get the hills of La Drillera, capture it. This time Nebula Esports' is Adi is going to spot one of those players out. Spray down was there, but no connections being found. Nebula Esports, they are going to find that good Guardian Angel spot at the edge of the circle, but can Blitz Esports break open their formation is going to be the question, because they're right next to them.
Oh, they're taking heavy fire upon themselves. Autobotz Esports now want to find a different breaching point. But where do you go? If you're trying to go towards Montenovo, you're going to be running into players of Victorious Sumus. We'll talk about it later. As Madkings, as of now, they find themselves in a bit of that weird approach. As there's another team that just straight up crashed into this compound, and God's Reign's aggression, it seems ruthless. They've already managed to find a few knocks, and Delta, this man is not stopping anytime soon. But he's the only person standing for God's Reign, and he's the only glimmer of hope that's still delivering. Madkings, they're dropping down number as well, but they've still got the man advantage. The fight's down to a 2-on-1. Delta's all by himself, creating the off angles, but still that's not going to be enough, as now he's going to be brute forced against. But he's still fighting back, delivering those blows, constantly getting those knocks.
1v1 for Delta right now. The UMP has been reloaded, but no time to patch himself up. No time for Madkings to reset either. This seems to be like a one-on-one battle. And keep going forward. There is a revival that has been taken into place. Cyrax going in for the reset. Delta understands this. A Molotov has been thrown, but Madkings did find the nick of time.
God.
Another knock. Cyrax this time has been taken down. God's Reign. What a scare, but what a survival. Delta, what a clutch.
He just shut down all the 4 players of Madkings. That was a quick 4-piece from Delta. Monstrous play coming through from this lad. Especially when we thought God's Reign were done and dusted. Delta, just this one man with the UMP-45, giving out reality checks to the boys of Madkings. And this has to be embarrassing.
Madkings weren't prepared, Necro. They certainly weren't prepared. There was brilliant compound defense up early. Cyrax was showing his true potential, but it seems like Delta was just out of the syllabus. Came in, knocking on the doors every single time, gets a knock, goes back to safety, reloads once again, steps inside the fight, and just delivers the death blow.
Some crazy stuff from Delta. What am I watching? This man is crazy. That Molotov placement is well precise. Spreads around the block pretty well. Things were so well calculated. The man was able to keep his calm, composure.
But again, that was a fight. I still feel that was against God's Reign and their favors. For sure that they win the fight, but at what cost? They've lost 2 of their players already. They haven't really gotten a lot of control in the southern part of the circle as well, Necro.
To be honest, I understand it's not going to be too much of a good game for God's Reign. But if they do manage to secure 2 or 3 more elimination points, I would still say they've done the job. Average 7 to 8 points per game. I would still believe that's going to secure a top 8 finish.
Absolutely. But have a look at the map. It is still moving towards another part of Ludwig. We've got Nebula Esports up top. High ground advantage for them. And that is going to stay, by the way, for a while. From the south, you've got Higgboson Esports also marching forward. But can they find that breaching point? You've also got another fight up for grabs. Higgboson Esports. We saw them rotating. We saw Sumus waiting for Rapid Chaos. But those two teams, they are in a lockdown. Team Soul as well. They've got the high ground, but no real vantage point, no line of sight against these players from Sumus. As they kind of spread across Autobotz, they are caught in one compound as nades do come in. I guess this is the start of a fight.
I personally think Soul should not go for any unwanted risk. Goblin from the back, he already stabs one of the men from the side of Autobotz. And now the utility barrage as well coming through from Sumus. Look at Scary John. He pulls out that shotgun, but he did not even stand a single chance. Lobster's A-Cam was able to find positive trades, and Sumus, they're dropping down men. The fallen man from the side of Autobotz Esports will be back upon his feet, but Lobster, he gets confirmed. And look at this Molotov. It's brilliant. The flames, they spread perfectly, and Sumus on the verge of being eliminated.
This is why you don't challenge Autobotz on their home ground. This is their turf, Miramar. Not supposed to be winning fight. This is brilliant compound defense coming through. Sumus from up top. They are being the catalyst in this fight for sure. Rapid Chaos, meanwhile, they're in the compounds of Team Aryan. Couple of those nades being locked up, but I want to find out, can Venom thread the needle here?
Oh, Rapid Chaos. This time taking a little bit slow. Rapid Chaos applying a bit of those brakes, letting the course of the action take over. Nebula Esports constantly being a pain for Autobotz Esports. From the far fray, finding those knocks, but this time another man from Autobotz. He finds a return trade. Nebula's wall handed out a reality check, so Nebula needs to be a little bit careful. Close in, get that revival on the fallen comrade. Things can be better. Rapid Chaos, Arjun in the outskirts. He catches a bit of that damage. Barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And look at Team AX. All 4 players looking good and dandy, healthy.
Certainly were healthy, but it seems like this fight is going to break open this time. The nade that came in from Arjun knocks down through Voji. That is brutal. That is a blunder.
Yeah, a team nade. It's a big mishap, but luckily enough for them from the backlines, it's also going to be VS. Just third-partying the entirety of Rapid Chaos. Problems after problems, and this seems like an easy fight for the players of Team AX. The stars are aligned. It is supposed to be their elimination points, and they are actually grabbing them as well.
Rapid Chaos have been eliminated. That is a very weird fight that we just saw. Mishaps happening left, right, and center. Almost a comedy of chaos. But nonetheless, Nebula Esports, they are on the move. We saw them taking their shots against Autobotz Esports in the distance. Adi was included in that fight, but this time he's been taken out. Did bow out with 2 eliminations, which is not bad per se. But Autobotz Esports, how are they going to find their entry point? Because they're still outside the circle. 200 more meters to travel, Necro, and that is going to be a long stretch because you've got 3 teams waiting for you. Namely, you've got Team Soul, you've got Sumus, and you've got Autobotz Esports.
Feels a little bit weird to see Godlike this play passive.
Yeah.
And honestly, I guess it kind of makes sense as well since they lost out on Mania. They don't have a proper playing 4. They just want to be on the safer side. Sumus, this man from top, Venom, is definitely injecting quite a lot of venom in the opponents. And as of now, it's delivering a lot of painful blows. That nade chips out a bit of that damage. Autobotz Esports around the safety block, but not safe yet. Venom still there, patching himself up. Spots out one of the men from the side of Autobotz Esports. He's quite softened up as well, and Venom will hand out the death blow. But he's also taking too much damage from the blue. Oh my god, before getting the confirmation, he gets eliminated, and that elimination point is well stolen by Soul.
Sumus, they've been eliminated for sure, but Autobotz Esports, I guess they also suffered in that fight. Now Soul are looking to chime in as well. This can be a perfect third party for them. They've lost down on 2 players, but it's still fine as Legit and Nakul. They can be the deadly duo up front. Their coordination is beautiful. Right underneath them, you've got Team Aryan also rotating. Now this is going to be a problematic situation because from the right hand side you've got Knuckle in the flank and nobody's checking him, and the spray down, they are brutal.
Legit's knocked out though. Soul, they're still in shambles. Knuckle, since he's the only person standing, he needs to be a little bit mature. And that's what he's doing. Being the grown-up guy, falling back from that fight, maybe get the revival on Legit. That's the only possible way Soul can once again feel a little bit more confident. There have been a bit of those mishaps from Soul in this game. They want to capitalize and be better. Elimination point, though, it gets taken away by Nebula Esports. Nebula, of course, being the thieves in the night, constantly getting a few pokes here and there and stealing the elimination points if they can.
Have a look
so
at this.
I like that.
Have a look at this, Necro. 12 teams and 36 players are still alive. Majority of them have bled through a lot. Team Soul surviving with just one man. Godlike surviving with 2. Autobotz surviving with 2. Only Godlike Esports have lost out on the IGL. Orangutan quite safe and dandy, but this is a fight that we had just witnessed a couple of while earlier. Reckoning Esports with their nades, lovely placement from it. Lavish was brilliant. K9 Esports, they were dismantled in this fight.
Easily. Team AX. 3 finishes still racked up. And they're probably searching for more. I like the fact that AX has the high ground to play with, but how do you make the most out of it? You've also got a team like Autobotz on your tail. There's Nebula Esports in the sidelines, Blitz underneath that slope. Knuckle as well from Soul is right around the corner. What do?
Nothing as much. Just hold on to your position, I guess. For Team Aryan, again, they have a lovely little positioning. They have a lovely split as well. Aryan looking in the back lines, preventing Autobotz to deliver that destructive blow. For Reckoning Esports, problems are going to rise up high because right underneath them will be the lineup of Orangutan. You've also got another team just coming down the ladder. It is going to be TrueRippers. Is Team Reckoning huddling around Team Orangutan as the nades do come in the defense. Smokes have been placed as well. Elsewhere, it seems to be like TrueRippers, they are looking at the compounds of Godlike Esports as they deal the final blow. First player getting taken down. Q Lamau is on his knees as well. It is a 2v3 fight.
I was not a big fan of the position that Godlike had since the start. I knew they were going to be approached. TrueRippers, as of now, at least there's a bit of that leash being put on them, since Godlike was able to play the defense pretty well. Oh, the nade. Really close. Another nade tossed around that same block, and maybe the confirmations will be there. And there we go. TrueRippers eliminated, but Godlike, they've only got 2 men standing. Getting the chicken dinner with this squad, this is going to be tough.
But they do have a lovely little compound to play with. They're still at the center of the circle, almost. Of course, there's an enormous high ground right next to them, which deals a lot of threat, especially from up top. Those nades might actually come through, but have a look at this. Knuckle still battling for survival. It seems like those nades do come in as Team Aryan, they're taking the fall. One of the players is down already, Aimbot, as well as Aryan. Both of these 2 players, they're still going to be alive, but Knuckle, this threat has not been dealt with.
Ralphie eliminated. Arib from Autobotz Esports, the only person. 8-bit Godlike with 2 players each. Speaking of God's Reign, even they've only got 2 men standing for Soul. Knuckle has been there. The end game is progressing a little bit slow. Knuckle's on the run, wants to evade the tracks of Team Aryan, but it's not going to be too easy. Ejects out in the open. There's OG in the back, and Knuckle knows AX is the only threat. And look at AX. They know OG's right there. So many teams with the line of sights. They've got the information as well. The only thing that's stopping them from approaching each other is the open field. Knuckle still somehow driving around. The fact that the man's not knocked out is insane. And now he finally squeezes himself inside of the circle, or barely around the circle. Not in it yet. But he needs to push. He needs to make it in the circle. And he's going to be forced out of the comfort zone soon. Utility's doing a lot of damage. Oh, this nade could have been it. Knuckle needs to be cautious. And he's also catching a lot of hurt upon himself. 1 single bullet, and that's going to seal the deal.
Team Aryan from up top, they've actually caused a lot of problems for Knuckle. And this time, OG chiming in with all of those nades. Just goes to show that this man is barely alive by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my god.
Team Aryan, they've actually impressed me the most, especially inside of this lobby so far, because their first game was brilliant. Their positioning was almost nigh impossible to counter, and this time as well, it seems like they've gotten themselves a high ground. And this is very mature gameplay, by the way. They are playing in from outside the circle, prioritizing positioning first, and then moving inside the zone. But will they be caught off guard by these lads from Orangutan? AKOP does have his line of sight on him. The crosshairs were there, but the shots were not coming through. Orangutan, they themselves also need to move inside the circle, Necro.
I agree with you on that. Team Aryan's definitely playing it quite clever. OG, while they try to make that great escape, one of the men gets caught. And now I think he's the only person. Blitz right above them. And I think he now just wants to keep his position anonymous, stay quiet. 8-Bit has been eliminated from the game. Higgboson now taking fight against Nebula. This one's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players of Higgboson, but the utilities, they are a little bit better. As Nebula Esports, they unfortunately just knocked their own player out. Kratos knocked out. What just happened there? A rookie mistake, and now Nebula, they lack the man number, but it's not going to matter. 1 nade from Phoenix, it's going to find a 2-piece. And now the man advantage swings back in the favor of Nebula Esports, but Team AX in the back. They're here to spoil the party. Nebula, a team that could have stood a chance to win the fight. They mess up, and even Blitz third parties, another team. AX has been eliminated too.
Third parties after third parties after third parties. It is a comedy of errors, ladies and gentlemen, but this so is the map of Miramar. You always have to give in to your survival instinct. AX and their third party timing was brilliant, but then of course, from the backline, somehow, Blitz Esports joined the party and they are looking to be a big threat. We saw how beautiful that nade was from Phoenix Esports. From Phoenix, pardon me for that, Nebula's Phoenix. It knocked down 2 players, but Nebula Esports as a team just stood no chance. Especially when Aryan came on knocking on their doors, and now Blitz Esports all of a sudden, they are a big threat inside the circle. Look at their map coverage. Higgboson, by the way, back-to-back good performance, 4 eliminations, but 4 players still standing. And then, of course, you've got the 2 players of Godlike.
You were praising AX to be smart. Look at Higgboson once again in the commanding spot. They were the dark horses even in the IC, and they proved out to be better than majority of the T1 teams. And right now as well, Higgboson, not a lot of people are expecting a lot of stuff from them. But look at them. They're like the unsung heroes. Doing so good. Consistency maintained. Burning torch of reliability. Snowjawed, Omega, Bunny working in tandem. Hero has got his own duties. And Higgboson knows they've got the high ground. They don't really need to take things a little bit quick. They can take their own sweet little time and see what exactly they want to do. Destro gets caught. God's Reign now in a big pain of hurt.
Delta once again in a 1v4 situation, is it? He loves these situations. He loves to clutch, but this time I guess the task is to uphill. Quite literally, by the way, as his big threat is up on top. Higgboson Esports, their positioning is still brilliant. Snowjawed, man from the showdown, MVP as well. Can he showcase that same brilliance that we saw last season is going to be the question, of course. From this point on, if Higgboson did not get more finishes, I guess this is a game for them to lose. But look at God's Reign. Survival instincts on top. Wants to get his ball and IGL back on top.
Oh, the blue.
The smokes were there, and this time it seems like Delta will have to give up.
Yep. Blue's on the move, and even you need to be on the move. Look at Higgboson. They want to charge on against Delta. They just don't want to let him go like that. Higgboson, they get the confirmation on Destro, so that point's claimed. But Delta's on the run. And he might just run in the open arms of Godlike. Jonathan gets caught. Winning the game's going to be impossible for Godlike. As Power sits out of that smoke. Higgboson, they control the majority of the terrain. As Power, nades tossed against him. Nothing's found yet. Wants to clear out the nearby proximity first. The nade was tossed out in return from S-Power, but this one, oh my god, that was so close. But still the man's alive. A lot of shots taken inside of the smoke. S-Power barely surviving. Blitz as well. Want to shut down Godlike first and then maybe focus on Higgboson.
S-Power inside of the vehicle. This time the hit marker was there. Chandan, I almost felt like the knock is there. In fact, it is. Blitz Esports, they eliminate Godlike and get more finishes on board and set up their duel against Higgboson Esports. But this is going to be a 2v3. One player from Higgboson Esports has been knocked out, in fact eliminated as well, but their positions have been marked. Nade from Hero can be brilliant. Chandan all by himself. Sarwar, of course, was looking to patch himself up, but another nade just derails that mission. This is too unlikely for Blitz Esports to win this fight.
Higgboson, 3 boys, still standing. Man advantage with them. And Blitz, they've only got 2. If you look at the map chance, if you look at the win percentage, of course it's favoring the boys of Higgboson. But all it takes is one miraculous clutch. But I guess the possibility of that's going to be next to impossible since it's Higgboson we're speaking of. Consistency on top from them. And a burning torch consistency they prove out to be. What a play that was from Higgboson. Once again, clever positioning. And that's why they come out on top.
Absolutely. Good performance on the map of Erangel. Good performance on the map of Miramar. This is something which I did not expect, by the way, because, you know, I was following very closely all the third-party events that were happening, and Higgboson Esports looked to be extremely weak in their firefights. But now look at them. Once again, they just come in with a new form, with a new look, and with a new name.
It was a prank.
It certainly was a prank, and I am the one who was actually pranked.
Exactly. They were just deceiving all of you guys to think that they're weak. But now, when it matters the most in the officials, they're here to showcase what they're capable of. They want to perform when it matters the most. There's someone who does not like to overthink, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. They do not overthink, right? They knew only one thing. To get the high ground advantage, they were not very desperate for those elimination points as well. Blitz Esports, you've got to get credit to them because I think their timings of the third parties playing in from outside the circle, that strategy actually worked in their favor up until this last fight where they had no space to move about. Higgboson, of course, they are going to be dominating. Chicken in her stats, Snowjord with 5 eliminations, Hero with 2, and Omega and Bunny, they share 1 each.
Higgboson, to be honest, not a lot of elimination points, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. Since the previous game was pretty good as well, this one now as well is going to add up.
9 elimination point, that is not bad, by the way, Necro. 9 points from finishes, 10 to actually come in from the chicken dinner. That is 19 points from this game. They almost had somewhere around 13 points from the last game as well, so you add on up. I think that is a good performance, by the way.
Of course it's a good performance. Nothing taken away from that. But we're used to seeing those double digits, right? Every single game, a lot of elimination points. People just going frag heavy. Just like the previous game, one of the individuals had 7 eliminations all by himself. So we all love to see those blockbuster performances. It's understandable, not everyone can deliver that. But to be honest, Godlike, the position they had, stuck out in the open. I mentioned this as well. Yes, for now, on the map, overall it looks good. But if you dive down to the technicalities, that position is not too good.
Absolutely. And I think throughout the multiple courses of the fight that Godlike had to take, they were constantly losing bodies. Mania, that man shouldn't have actually fallen. He was overextending way too much, but credit has to be given to God's Reign as well. Delta, that was a brilliant 1v4 clutch as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Godlike is dropping down those individual bodies. And yeah, speaking of Delta and his clutch, that was insane. Able to shut down all the 4 players all by himself. It's not easy to do in a lobby like this, but Delta did not even break a sweat. He was calm, cool, collected. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. There's still one game that remains. For now, we're going to move on to a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another map of BGIS The Grind 2026. And showing alongside this time is going to be iSuper Johnny with me. But for all of you guys out there who were actually looking to participate inside of the main event, I have a news for all of you guys, which is something which you might want to hear. Hear me out very clearly. So basically what happened was a technical error was identified in the calculation of BGIS 2026 in-game qualifier results, which led to a miscalculation in the initial standings. Our team has promptly reviewed the issue and worked thoroughly to ensure the accuracy of the results. The matter has now been resolved and the revised results will be live shortly. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused and thank the community for their patience and continued support. That came directly, ladies and gentlemen, from Crofton India Esports. You've heard it right. Yes, there were certain miscalculations, but all of those errors are going to be rectified. So who knows, you might be back in the race.
And in order to find that out, do make sure to go on to Crofton India Esports and check where your standings are. Whether you have qualified, for round one.
Yeah.
Because, of course, you need to make sure you're going to be prepping for your matches. But again, I think for that, we're going to leave it to the teams that were competing in the in-game qualifiers. Again, Crofton India Esports, go onto the official website and check your rankings and your qualification status. But coming back to what is going on with Group A, this is what we expected though, right? Quick resets coming through. The adaptations are going to be quick. Doesn't matter which map these groups or these teams are going to drop on. These boys are going to drop on. If they're messed up, they're going to fix those mistakes instantly and bounce back in the next game.
Absolutely. We saw a couple of these teams make those amends. Blitz Esports, by the way, I think that was a good result. Yeah. Barring Higgboson, they were just consistent on Erangel, on Miramar. And now I'm actually looking forward to what this team can pull off, because I had a word with Necro just a while ago that this team, I was following their results in the third-party tournaments, and Higgboson, they look to struggle. But here inside of the grind, inside of the officials, this is once again a different beast.
And I have no thoughts about the teams from Group A because I don't know what's going to happen. My honest opinion is I expect majority of them to make it all the way towards grand finals. But let's start talking about stats. We have the MVP of that previous game, Higgboson, Snowjod. 5 eliminations becomes the MVP, 747 damage dished out, and of course 30 minutes of survival time, just a little bit over 30 minutes. Then you have Sarwar OG from Blitz Esports with 4 eliminations, 671 damage, followed by Delta from God's Reign, and of course S-Power from Godlike.
Absolutely. I think S-Power has been carrying the reins of Godlike, especially in the matches that were played today. Godlike, they look decent. It seems like the firepower is still there. It's just a beast that is staying dormant for a while right now, getting the pace of the lobby and then adapting to it. I think that was a lovely rotation. That was a lovely position as well to hold. It's just that the fights were not in their favor. But talking about the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, it was not a very high fragging affair, but the points were evenly distributed out all across the 16 teams. You've got Higgboson up top, 19 points for them. Blitz Esports with 14, Godlike on 9.
Yeah, Godlike on 9. Then you have God's Reign with 9 points as well, OG with 8. You have Team AX with 7, Nebula with 7, Autobotz Esports with 4, Reckoning with 4, Soul finishing this match with 3, TrueRippers with 2, Sumus with 2, Madkings with 2, 8-Bit with 1 point to their name. You have Rapid Chaos Esports with 1, and K9 Esports not really having the best of starts in this Miramar. No points from that game of Miramar, but overall rankings again. Higgboson putting up big numbers. The position points look good, amazing. In fact, for the first 2 games, and of course, 15 finishes, 31 points in total, sitting at the top, followed by TrueRippers, for whom it was a complete reset in that previous game of Miramar.
Absolutely, it certainly was. But you've got to give credit to Blitz and Aryan, I believe, because these are the 2 teams who have been consistent on either maps. Especially Team Aryan, I think they have been focusing on their positioning for a while now. They are coming up with the new splits, new strats, and it certainly is working out. The same can be said for God's Reign as well, because this new look, God's Reign, they are going a lot more aggressive. They are going up front. It's just a Delta who is doing majority of the damage dishing, but I seriously feel like Aqua and Neo, they're going to come back with reinforced aggression. Nebula and K9 is something which have been a little bit of a hit and miss, by the way. Nebula, they seem to be dominating in fights, but all of a sudden from somewhere, a third party would come in and absolutely destroy their hopes.
Pretty much, and I think for K9 Esports, I would love to see them sort of come into their own form with this new roster that they have had, because again, for K9, it was the talk of the town. It was one of the biggest transfers that happened. The trio of Beast, Ninja Boy, and Slug sort of parting ways, and it was heartbreaking personally for me. I liked that trio. Omega as well, the IGL of the team, has made sure that 2025 was overall a very successful year for them. But starting this year with one of those players missing, putting in a new lad, of course there's going to be pressure because standards have to be met. But it is kind of an okay-ish start, although we all know they can do much more.
And I think these are some big shoes to fill, especially since you mentioned Beast. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also have big shoes to fill inside of the game, might as well look cool doing it. And this is the collab that you have been waiting for. BGMI X Royal Enfield, one of the bikes that is being loved across the nation, is inside of your game right now. Two models, in fact, the Continental GD650 as well as the Classic 350. Necro actually styled himself like the Continental GD650 tonight. What are you dressed up as, the Classic 350?
No, man. I used to have a Continental GT650, which was kind of a gift from Ocean.
Oh.
Yeah, he gave it to me for a few years just to like ride it out. But again, it's a heavy bike, and IRL, I have had kind of a trouble because I am a lightweight guy. But inside of the game, of course, I'm going to enjoy it to the best.
Absolutely, right? We both are going to do it when we play our classic matches. But, of course, Johnny, one more map remains, which is, of course, going to be the map of Miramar. A couple of these teams do need to come back, specifically OG. Do you think they're going to do it on this map?
Oh, man, maybe. I mean, as I said, I have no thoughts about teams from Group A because anything can happen and even OG can make a comeback. We'll find that out in this last match of the day.
Well, the big bird goes back up the skies on the deserty lands of Miramar once again, and it seems like the third map of Group A. This is going to be very interesting. Potentially one more opportunity to make your way inside the top 5 of the overall standings. We've seen how crucial the first couple of days are, especially when the groups play out their matches, because you get to set up a benchmark for yourself, a little bit of a vacuum. Is that going to be happening? Well, we'll find out. But before now, you got the flight path, Johnny, starting in from Campo Militar towards La Drilera. A little bit of a northern flight path, I must say, a little towards west as well. What are your thoughts? Nothing across Los Leones, no chances of Puerto Paraíso as well.
Yeah, Los Leones, Impala, we know who goes to Impala. Destro and the boys over at God's Reign. So they might have to switch their strategy up a little bit, drop for those vehicle spawns, and we see them doing exactly that. Last game was pretty intense. Those Ladriela hill slopes, I love that terrain for the end game. It was intense because of that. Open spaces down the slope of the hill. This time around, though, because the flight path is towards the north, and as we mentioned, it's quite obvious the southeastern quadrant is denied to all of these teams. I would love to see a circle towards Puerto Paraíso, which is, as you said, not even a dream for anyone right now. You just pick up those vehicles and make a run for your life. But hey, Blitz Esports, it seems like they're heading for a drop clash.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of these off clashes happening. We saw Blitz Esports and Nebula Esports kind of go duke it out on the last game, where we saw Adi just throw a dagger and took out the life of his opposition. Now that was a painful moment for sure for Blitz Esports, but they did make amends in the later stage of the game for sure. From Team TrueRippers, a couple of the shots were fired. It was Jelly who tried to make initial impact, but he had to fall back because the rest of the team from Victoria Summers, all of them huddled up. Seems like they are looking to take this fight, Johnny.
Oh, well. Victoria Summers, they want to take this fight. TrueRippers wants to take this fight because they are looking to recover from that loss on that previous map as well. Although TrueRippers, I don't think they will get the luxury of Victoria Summers just charging towards them. Victoria Summers right now still looking for that early game loot. They found a vehicle, and it seems like the intent right now would be to just back off. Or maybe I'm just wrong. Mafia finds an angle to engage onto Jelly, fires out a clip from that Vector. Chips away half the HP bar, but no knocks yet.
It's actually been a very interesting transfer between Victorious Summers and Visista Esports that we're going to talk about. Scary Jord and Cheyenne just shifting places. Scary Jord, who used to play for Visista Esports, came into Victorious Summers, and Cheyenne from Victorious Summers has actually gone on to Visista Esports. So is that going to make a considerable difference? We'll find out. So far, it seems like Victorious Summers and their aggression that we used to appreciate from last season has sort of been toned down for a while, which is surprising considering Scary Jord is such an aggressive player.
I mean, this is a player exchange that we're talking about between the two sides. And again, Scary Jord, as you mentioned, I mean, last year was amazing as an individual. His performance throughout the year, very consistent, played with some of the best rosters, and as an individual was outshining those entire teams. So 2025 was the year he made a name for himself in the community on the big stages, and I think 2026 is where he needs to prove that it wasn't just a one-off deal. It wasn't just that 1 year that was supposed to be good for him. He can perform this year as well with Victorious Summers. And of course, under the leadership of Owace, there's a lot of learning opportunity for all these individuals. He has been a tried and tested, a veteran IGL. So for Scary Jord, I think the future looks bright if this roster does well this year.
Well, 2026, the year to assert dominance for majority of these lads. A lot of names in the community. Blitz Esports as well. Last year was fantastic for these lads. Chandan, we've seen him in the LAN final so many times instead of the showdown as well. But just like you mentioned, it was just performances coming through. This time, if they double down, I'm pretty sure he's going to make a name for himself also. Move much up higher, get some trophies on the board this time. On the map of Miramar, we do have the circle popping up, ladies and gentlemen, which is centering around the Chumasera region. So you can expect it to be a rather decent circle. Orangutan, whose usual drop location is Chumasera. They've played in the international stages from that point on as well. They're going to be extremely happy.
Yeah, but I think they kind of miss a few teams that used to show up and charge at them early in Miramar, because whenever OG would get those early fights in Miramar, they would have those early finishes to hold on to the center and just wait out till the end game. This time, as you mentioned, just playing from the center of the circle, a comfortable position to begin with, but it all depends on where the later stages are going to take us towards the end. A few moments ago, we had God's Reign on our screens. Moved through Impala, quick loot done, and then they're just rotating along the southern highways. Now on our screens, we have the players from the side of Seoul. And Seoul also has a nice little terrain to work with. They are spread from Montenuevo to about east of Ladriela Hills. And of course, BGIS facts. Last year, Seoul dropped 28 finishes on Miramar at the grind, the highest since the introduction of the new zone meta. But here's the catch. That happened under the leadership of Manya, who now wears the jersey of Team Godlike.
That is quite a big transfer, by the way, that we saw last season. I'm not really sure how well the team is working, but the results are here to actually show for it. I mean, again, this is the first official that we've seen since the transfer, so not really a lot of data to talk about. But if we do talk about the third-party tournaments that have been happening left, right, and center, Team Godlike, they've been dominating. S-Power was really on a form of his life.
Yeah.
Particularly right now as well, we saw him pull off those 3 individual frags in the last game. It still remains to be seen. Can he still dominate the lobby just like he used to? Or the undergods who are now unturned stars, particularly from the likes of Higgboson from Blitz Esports, are they going to outshine him? That remains to be seen.
I just want to talk about S-Power for a second, because this is the one man whose streams I actually enjoy to watch, because like casually takes on 2 teams, finishes all 4 players from either sides, and just like he's sitting there smiling like it's just another day at work. So as an individual, he's an incredible athlete, and this is what makes Godlike very interesting right now, because you have S-Power, Admino, Jonathan there, and then Manya, a man who kind of is an IGL who leads roster to those championship stages time and time again. On the other side, their main counterparts, the side of Seoul, Knuckle, a man who used to play under the leadership of Manya, now taking reins of the team, and they have their own star-studded roster as well. So that is going to be a competition worth watching, but yeah, there they are, the players of Godlike. A late rotation coming through for these lads. Stayed around La Cobriera a little bit longer than expected. Admino and Manya, they've taken control of the northern edge of the circle. They've moved in. S-Power, he's going to be the third man in entry. And Jonathan, he's all the way in the back, the last man to breach the zone.
It's almost as if PSG from back in the day, where you've got 3 of the best players in the country to play in for that single lineup. Godlike, it's safe to say that this lineup is star-studded, by the way, in every single aspect. You've got Admino, you've got Jonathan, you've got S-Power, and then of course you've got Manya, trophy-winning IGL in the helm of it all. But will it work? Especially when the big stages come by, it remains to be seen. Godlike, for sure, the last game was decent. They got themselves a couple of placement points. Around 10 points is what they stand at on the overall standings, but it remains to be seen. Can they make that big game pounce? Because for Godlike, usually what we've seen is they come back from the trenches, especially when the qualification barrier is on their shoulders.
Pretty much. But on our screen, since we have K9 Esports, of course, we have the circle as well, taking us between Chumasera and Valle Del Mar. But I want to talk about K9 Esports because, again, we spoke about that trio. We spoke about Knights Edition. And recently, when we were required to travel for the Krafton India Esports Awards, I actually had the pleasure of sharing a flight with Omega. And my first question was, dude, who is this new kid that you got? And he's like, just wait for BGIS to begin and just make sure you watch him and the performance he puts on the board. But right now it is going to be Higgboson Omega who gets the first finish of the game. And quite unfortunate, 8-bit, they've gone ahead and lost one of their players very early.
8-bit have been rather quiet. Now this is a lineup that is star-studded, of course. You've got Sarang in the mix of things. Trophy-winning player, of course. Back-to-back trophy-winning player, by the way. This time, they have lost down on Skips, who was on his own redemption mark. But it seems like that journey is going to be halted. Team 8-bit, I expect a lot of big things coming in from them, especially with Juicy also in that lineup. This time, it seems like Madkings and K9 Esports. You were talking about Knight. Knight is the man who is in the helm of things right now, taking those first shots against Shadow OG, the IGL of Madkings Esports, and he's been pushed back.
Yeah, but he has his team up ahead, so that was the goal for Shadow, to just draw the attention of the players of K9 Esports all towards him. Madkings still surviving, but K9 Esports, Knight took a lot of damage in that trade. So K9 Esports, they need to go for a reset. Omega in the back lines, they are going to try and find another way to engage into this fight. Have they spotted out the players in the factories is going to be the question. And I don't think they have. We're just spotting out Shadow OG, not being able to take him out. Just back off, and it wasn't Omega, it was Bunny actually who found that knock, and the finish onto Skips was confirmed by Omega from Higgboson. But you see the pressure that the teams from Group A are developing on each other. The pace of the fights much slower. Even if a mistake is made, they know how to recover. And if it is a mistake in an unrecoverable position, they just move on from it in a split second. You can't save a player, just let him be. Move on. Find the next best spot.
100% agree with you there. I think it wasn't really an error from Skips. It was an unforced error.
Yeah.
Which could have been recovered, especially if it was somewhere in maybe like a Group B or C. But then inside of Group A, you are going to be punished for it. And that was, again, a significant display of skill coming in from Bunny. You know, driving a vehicle, changing your seat, shooting him down, going back into the driving seat and just driving around them. That is something which we have seen players pull off. But now it's almost on a regular basis that these players pull off stuff like this.
I mean, there are certain mechanics that when you see them first, you're like, oh, what did this lad do? But then if you practice enough, you have to make sure that they become second nature to you. Like, for example, switching seats and shooting. At this tier of performance, I think that has to be the standard.
That has to be the standard. Certainly not for me, I guess. I'm still improving. We casters, we do play TDMs before our match day begins, and I'm usually the best player on the block.
Oh, yeah. I have a few clips that say otherwise, my man.
Yeah. Well, that makes me cry. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Team 8-bit, they are going to be crying because God's Reign are taking some shots in 8-bit. They are in shambles. Sarang trying to fly away from that situation from the backlines. It is going to be Team Orangutan as well. Try to spray them down. Brilliant tracking from Martinki as the tires blow open. And this is the opportunity. Sarang still trying to stay alive from Team 8-bit. There is no retaliation. And how can they even retaliate? they're being the victims.
I don't think they can. They're surrounded from every single direction, because if you look at the radar, even the other hill, there's the players from OG. They have them surrounded. One end is blocked by a different team, so I don't think there's an escape for the players of 8-bit over here. It's just the fact that OG could be low on ammunition that's keeping them at bay. On the finish feed, though, we saw Madkings in a conflict as well, and they're not looking too good over there. Now it's Aru's turn to go for a spray, and well, Raiden, he steps out into the open, gets knocked out. Sarang is going to be the next man put out of his misery, as even he falls. 8-bit on the verge of getting eliminated early.
You know, this is what happens inside of Group A. When you try and go on these long rotations, there's just a team waiting everywhere. Every one of those hills, every one of those nooks and crannies.
Plus, it was the positioning from OG that kind of pinned 8-bit down. They were very quick in taking control of those northern hills as well, creating a sandwich, and 8-bit had nowhere left to go.
Well, nowhere left to go for Madkings as well, as this compound is already being occupied. RECKONING Esports, as they sense danger. Nades have been thrown up. Madkings, all of a sudden, they have been pushed back. Cyrex wants to initiate the fight. A brilliant nade did come in from Clutch God, but yet to deal damage. RECKONING Esports, it seems like a little bit of tag team effort. K9 Esports from the back lines will get their big man down.
Man, oh man. This is not looking good for the side of Madkings. Clutch God naded out of existence. And Cyrex, the new player on this roster, last man surviving as well, can't do anything. Rapid Chaos, did they... I think they saw him approach as well along with Clutch God, so they are going to be aware. Plus, Dhruv has spotted him out. Cyrex really can't do anything over here, outnumbered. Fighting for his life, dodges the vehicle, but now the players push for his life. The finish comes through. 2 eliminations on the board for Toxic. But they also heard the players of K9 Esports approach in the back line, so they are going to be aware of the presence of a second team in the nearby vicinity, but it's shots from the flank. Autobotz Pro securing the opener. RECKONING Esports, well, they get a taste of their own medicine, the chaos.
You know, Autobotz, again, playing in from outside the circle. This is what they love to do. Don't really try and battle for space. They just pick out these loose stranglers and punish them for their positioning. This time, the RECKONING Esports, they are quick to recover. By the way, the circle did shift away. They know, they understand that. And on their path to the circle stands Autobotz Esports like a big hurdle. Will they be able to pass it will be the question, as in the distance, it is S-Power who has been taking down RECKONING Esports. They come in with the reckoning that they are going to be the threat.
That's a big name out of the way. S-Power not being there could dwindle down the chances for the side of Godlike. Oh, but Jonathan, he still finds the opener. Levi hits the floor. And now even RECKONING Esports are going to be down to a 3-man roster if they don't recover from that knock. If they don't get that 4th man back in action, it is going to be trouble, because Godlike, they're going to start to circle around this position and find a different angle to push and put the pressure on the players of RECKONING Esports. There it is, Manya and Admino closing the distance. Jonathan still on the flank. And he's just making sure that RECKONING Esports, all of their attention is towards him. Just making sure that Admino and Manya, they get the upper hand once RECKONING Esports starts climbing out from behind that ridge.
Win condition for Godlike will be to keep Jonathan alive, because if he goes down on the flank, Hero Xtreme Godlike, this entire battle will be lost. As RECKONING Esports, this seems to be like a desperate attempt to push. Have a look at this. It is Gods and Levi who come on, chiming on Jonathan. He finds the first knock. The shotguns go blazing. It's a 1v2 that has been established. Can he go for the third? Not really. It seems like RECKONING Esports is lovish with the final nail. Will stand tall. RECKONING Esports, they've lost 3 players in the process, and here comes Rapid Chaos.
I don't know what happened in that fight towards the end. The ADS should have come through, but just went for the hip fire. Lovish, though, I think he should realize that Rising Chaos, they're going to have the upper hand, or maybe not. The players in the backlines do get knocked out. Although Dhruvoji finds the trade. Lovish, the last man left alive for the side of RECKONING Esports. They have the finishes in the bag. No placement points, though, and Lovish just goes down to the blue. Rapid Chaos. My goodness, they miss out on that extra point.
I love this tactic from Rapid Chaos. Don't really be the main character in the fight. You do not have to be the protagonist. Just get those points and get the hell out of here. That is exactly what they're doing so far. Higgboson Esports once again favoring those high grounds, but this time they don't really have those lines of sight. From the distance, it is going to be a KOP. Shots against Scary Shot, and he has been confirmed.
Alright. I mean, this is going to be interesting. Three-way showdown between Mafia from Victoria. Sumus, oh, he's not there anymore. Goes down to Orangutan. And now there's just two teams left. Higgboson with the massive high ground advantage to work with. And OG, better position in terms of access to the play zone. They are going to be an inch closer. Can run down the hip, find some cover for themselves. Just wait for the players of Higgboson to push through. But Soul on the other front. Smack center, 2-2 split. If Legit and Knuckle do manage to survive and not go down to Blitz, Nebula, I think Soul, they are going to be set up for success along with the players of K9 Esports to a certain extent.
Talking about K9 Esports, it seems like they don't really have a lot of threat around them. But yes, Orangutan, you've got Higgboson knocking on your doors, but I love the split coming through Vizgod from a different angle. Tries to take those shots against Snowjawed. Tags him up a little bit, but needs to patch himself up as well. Orangutan right at the edge of Chumasera. This is, of course, a good spot. They can be the ones to gatekeep the lads from Higgboson Esports, but it is going to be a long battle. A long war, of course, on towards the side of Team Aryan as well as Team God's Reign. Look to venture out in the open. The circle is going to push them to the extremities, of course. Aimbot had an opportunity, but it seems like the cover fire was there, and Destro up in the front lines. These nades, they can be deadly. Needs to find the opening. And then, of course, God's Reign, we know how aggressive this team has become lately.
A small moment that shows the clarity and fundamentals from the side of God's Reign. Players moving out, the players staying back, just making sure they have their crosshairs pinned at where the opponents are going to be. And slowly and steadily, look at what they're doing. One by one, they're making sure they're sending those players up the hill where everyone pushes through. But Justin takes a lot of damage. It's going to be Aryan from Team AX who was on the flank. But Justin repays the favor. The nade connects and the knock is going to be secured by God's Reign. They try to make the pounce. They try to use the numbers advantage. The weaponry advantage will be there in the form of that P90 in the hands of Justin as well. And Aryan just gets completely confirmed. The finish comes through for God's Reign.
It does. Delta on the high ground. Shaw can be the big threat this time. Aimbot, of course, is going to nullify him, neutralize him down. But it seems like God's Reign from up top. They're going to rain death and destruction. Team Aryan, they've been wiped off. And now they get complete control of their southern flank.
Yeah, and that's that. I hate that weapon, to be honest. P90 is just like too difficult to deal with, man. 3 finishes onto Justin. Made it look very easy. But this is a fight that has been developing for the last few minutes. Higgboson versus the players of OG. In the meanwhile, Soul in a conflict of their own, as we saw in the finish feed, taking on the players of Autobotz who are getting third-partied by Blitz. Surprise, surprise, because Blitz was present towards that western edge. Means they moved along the northern edge, following the players of Autobotz. Look at that. Circle moves again. Soul and K9, they have the priority of the play zone. Nebula Esports, they're dropping players to the blue zone. What is going on with Nebula?
This almost is an action replay from the last Miramar, by the way. This is exactly where we almost saw the last fight happen in Blitz Esports, and their position is also a repeat from that last map. They did pretty well. Outside the circle, knows exactly when to time those third parties, and this time wants to let Team Autobotz take that fight against Team Soul. And whenever the opportunity presents itself, they know when to pounce upon Team Orangutan. They want to break this deadlock against Higgboson. As a nade gets thrown across, directed towards Hero, but no damage being dished out. This time through the smoke itself, Atanke is going to find the connect, and Orangutan, they're on the roll. But can they complete the finish is going to be the question.
That was an awkward engagement coming from OG, but it works out for them. Now they have the numbers advantage to work with, but Vizgod all of a sudden from the flank is getting shot at by the players of God's Reign, and Higgboson as well getting shot by Rapid Chaos. Third parties for both the teams. Bunny gets finished off and Snowjord and Omega are on a run for their lives. They've been spotted out. This vehicle has taken a lot of damage and hence they're forced to abandon it. They have to carefully position themselves. They find the edge of the zone. But can they survive is going to be the question. No, says Atanki, as he still pushes forward. Secures another knock for his team. And Higgboson, they're down to the last man. Omega, who's hiding in the smoke, but not for long as the finish comes through. And OG now have racked up 8 eliminations.
The best team from last year, they are showing their class yet again. Team Orangutan, they are wonderfully positioned inside of the circle, but as soon as they enter the edge, it seems like one of their bodies is going to be falling elsewhere. It is going to be Team Blitz Esports who are chiming in against Team Soul. One of their players has been knocked out. Blitz Esports wants to give no time for Team Soul to recover from this damage. But Legit with the shotgun was brilliant, but the nade does the job. Blitz Esports, a brilliant teamwork coming in from them as they destroy Team Soul and their fortress. Just one man remains, or rather two. But Blitz Esports, what a performance it has been.
Yeah, perfectly timed, perfectly well thought out strategy. They sent out one player just because they did not want that counter push to come through when the nade pin was pulled. Incredibly done from Blitz Esports. And now, since they have found a safe haven to work with, they are going to re-aggress. This time, maybe towards Nebula or towards God's Reign. But on the other front, Autobotz Esports, they charge here thinking they would have the upper hand since Soul is also down to 2 players. But brilliant trade from Joker. Goblin was knocked out, but the revive comes through. And Autobots, they have messed this up, this match of theirs.
Yeah.
As now Ralphie is just going to be the last player left and he only has one option. He has to stay hidden.
Greatest villains of the comic book history, by the way. Goblin and Joker this time are going to be the deadly duo for Team Soul this time. They do have a couple of those loose stranglers coming in, following in from the distance. But let's have a look at the replay once again. Joker. Wait. Did one player fall while he was up in the air? Joker, what a connection was that?
Yeah, incredible. Incredible aim.
One of the reasons why he is the most decorated player in the IGC, by the way.
Pretty much, but this is going to be a fight worth watching, man. K9 against OG. I mean, it's not the entirety of K9, it's just Omega. Does he know Atanki is on the flank? No, he doesn't! Oh my goodness, my man, why would you charge forward like that? Atanki with a brilliant punish. And they could not do anything about it. K9 Esports losing out on their IGL. Oh, that was... I feel bad because he's a friend of mine, but that was funny as well.
That was funny, especially when you don't, when you aren't aware of where your opposition is, and all of a sudden the jump scare comes across. Like, where did this man come from?
I think there was a call out, but I think maybe he just panicked and looked at the wrong direction.
Omega doing Omega things, isn't it?
Pretty much, but yeah, that's the special part about his team. That even though they're a player down, I think they aren't gonna go away from their ways. They're just still gonna cause menace just like this. Nice spray. Atanki knocked out, and it's gonna be very difficult for OG to bring him back since they are outside the play zone. And Slug is building up pressure on the duo of OG, where we have Wizgod and Aru just hiding out into the open. They have a shack to work with, I believe.
Yeah, but revenge shot from K9 Esports. It seems like these youngsters, they are really looking to fight against the ones who took down their IGL. Have a look at this. Blitz Esports on the other side. We saw them take down 2 players of Team Soul. Now it's come down to the other ones. Aru has found out the connection on Slug. He has been taken out of the picture. Domination coming in from Orangutan, who are playing it beautifully, by the way. No real threat on that south side of the circle, but this time Blitz Esports. A little bit of mobility being taken out from the bus itself. Chandan under pressure now.
OG's reset, I have to say, it's just lovely to witness because Slug had the advantage in that position, but Aru just got a few moments to breathe and he made sure that high ground was taken away from K9. In the meanwhile, Soul still in this fight, and Blitz Esports, since the players were knocked out in an awkward spot, they can't really recover. Chandan gets finished off. Soham follows up as well, gifting those points to the players of Soul, it seems like, but Sarvar still surviving. Nades going out on the players of God's Reign. With a man knocked out. God's Reign can actually get finished off. Look at that. The finish gets confirmed. And Justin, well, he gets the revive at the hands of Neo.
Yeah, Neo and Justin certainly can change the course of this game. By the way, we've got 4 teams and 8 players still alive. God's Reign, Blitz Esports, Team Soul and K9, all 4 of them surviving with 2 players, and Blitz Esports at the epicenter of this final circle. It is going to be interesting to find out, can they hold on to this position? Justin has been spot out through the buggy itself. The knock is going to be there. Sarwar with it in on the connection. 7 finishes on the board for Blitz Esports. Now, they are the ones who are troubling the scorers. Does allow a little bit of room for Soul to close in the distance, but Blitz, lovely position of that smoke. Sorav as well uses the little bit of airdrop for cover. I like what Blitz are doing.
Yeah, and he finds the Groza as well. I don't think Ninja Boy survives an aim duel in that situation. He needs a nade to take Sorav out. And he switches over to the nade as well. It needs to be perfect. If Sorav gets knocked out, then maybe Blitz Esports, their chances are going to be ruined. And Ninja Boy, my boy, what a play. Makes it look easy, Sarwar. I think with that is going to feel the pressure. The shotgun goes off in the hands of Joker, and he finds the finish. Blitz Esports bite the dust, wiped out from the game. But Soul still left standing, and Goblin, no one can predict that this is going to be the off-angle Goblin is going to be at. Ninja Boy knocked out and finished off. Goblin spots out Knight. No shot connection found. It's a 2 versus 1 versus 1. Soul out of nowhere have the upper hand in this endgame as God's Reign are down to their last man, and so is K9 Esports.
This is your chance to shine, Knight. This is the opportunity that you have, a platform of faith that has been put on top of you from Omega. Can this young lad take down Goliath inside of the lobby? Neo from God's Reign, Joker as well as Goblin from Team Soul. This is an uphill fight, by the way, quite literally. Team Soul, it seems like they've spotted Neo from the distance. Need been cooked out. Can it be placed to perfection? No, it doesn't. The Ridge kind of ricochets it off the wall. Puts it back. Keeps Team Soul at bay for now. They do have the numbers advantage. Chances for the chicken dinner to be theirs.
Pretty much. I mean, because of the numbers, yes. But Neo, I think with how he was looking and where he was aiming that nade, I don't think he has information about the players of Soul. And that one piece of difference can be... One piece of information can be a big difference maker, but hey, he knows where Joker is, and now sees Goblin in the back lines. Oh, both the players chip to half their HP, and now he knows where both of them are. So he can line up that nade and pick both of them off. Look at this. Damage has been dished out, and with that Molotov, if it connects, I think numbers can be equalized. Just a small pixel off. So lucky Goblin is still alive.
He actually is going to be lucky, but this time the nade almost chips off entirety of the damage of Joker. HP non-existent. Another molly sails in. Neo just trying to fight against his life, trying to fight against the odds. But no connection still yet to be found. Team Soul just holding these ridges to the extremities as the blue is going to force these players to come close to each other. I want to find out, does Knight get an opening? Does Neo find an opening? Team Soul as well. They are running around in the open. Knight takes so much damage from the blue itself. Yet to confirm the first one, but Team Soul to put the final nail in the coffin. It is the duo of Joker and Goblin to get the first chicken dinner on board.
What a play coming through from Team Soul. I mean, even under pressure, even with 2 players down in the mid-game stages, Joker and Goblin, the star performers, the stars of this team, just held back, waited for every single opportunity that they could get for free without taking any risk to secure a nice little chicken dinner to work with. And I just feel bad for Knight because that micro Uzi at that distance, it just does not work. And the secondary weapon was, of course, an S12K.
Yeah, I mean, from the distance, if I'm not mistaken, he got 1. But kudos to Joker throughout the game. I think he had got somewhere about 5 or 6 eliminations around the block. But that man got in finishes from a position where he was absolutely not supposed to. He's almost
pretty
like a cutie in person, but a baddie in game.
That is so true. I mean, he's one of the nicest human beings in the entire community you could meet, or even ever run into in the entire world. Such a sweet guy. But his gameplay, oh man, that is a monster that you have to deal with, especially once he's warmed up. And in this game, I think Joker is one of those players that the more pressure there is on him, for example, his team is going to be down a couple of players, they're stuck in an uncomfortable position, that is when you see him make those big plays for his team. 6 eliminations, 1021 damage dished out, followed by Goblin with 2 eliminations, 512 damage. Legit and Knuckle, well, they weren't there in this game for long.
Absolutely, but still 8 finishes from Team Soul. Now that just goes to show how far this team has come around. In spite of those 2 early knocks and finishes, it seems like this team has the capability to go in for those chicken dinners. Not a passive chicken dinner, by the way. 8 eliminations and the chicken, which means 18 points. That's a big game on any day of the week.
Exactly, and of course, I mean, in what has been put up as the toughest lobby in the grind as well, because we saw those teams with those single players surviving, and we were like, all right, they are done. I guess not. Made it to the finals, made it to the top 3, made it to the top 4, including Blitz Esports, by the way, because Blitz Esports was at such an awkward position. Autobotz kind of had a decent run in this game as well. K9 Esports, they lost to Mega super early, still managed to make it all the way towards the top 3. So again, all these teams, they know how to fix their mistakes, they know how to reset, they know how to play on the back foot. And well, overall, that was a very nice game of Miramar, I have to say. Clean mechanics coming through, nice decision making, and unless you made like a blatant mistake, like getting stuck in between like a valley and getting shot at from both sides, everyone knew how to recover.
Absolutely. One team who could not recover was 8-Bit because they were just completely caught in between the crossfire of Orangutan. Now, that is something which they always do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Orangutan just split themselves up. Yes, they could not get in the chicken dinner, but I guess they had somewhere around 10 to 11 eliminations throughout the game.
I think 8-Bit is going to hate Godlike more because 8-Bit wanted to charge for that gas station, but Godlike was there. And then 8-Bit was forced to stay in the valley, and by the time they fell back and tried to avoid Godlike, OG had gotten to the other side, and then they were like, yeah, you have nowhere left to go, please give us points.
No, brilliant gameplay coming in from OG as well, but look at the MVP, of course, nobody but Joker 9 in that final moment, of course. 6 eliminations. I am still completely unaware of how this man landed those shotgun shots on a flying vehicle against Autobotz. Now, that is insane stuff, but the top players from that last game, you've got to give credit to Neo as well. I think God's Reign, in my opinion, they have significantly improved their 4v4s from last season. 8 eliminations shared between Neo and Justin, and of course, Vizgod with 4 of his own.
Yeah, I mean, God's Reign was incredible, I have to say. I mean, this is turning out to be a pretty great start for them inside of the grind. And OG, I think OG, for them, the benchmark to beat is going to be the benchmark they themselves set in 2025.
Yeah.
Having represented the nation on the international circuit, now returning with that experience, people do not expect a default performance from OG. They don't expect them to just like be in the top 4 every single game. People expect OG to win matches again and again.
And with the domination, of course.
Yes.
But looking at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, it is 18 for Team Soul. Closely following by, you've got God's Reign with 15 points, Orangutan with 13, K9 Esports as well with 11, and you've got Blitz Esports. Blitz have showcased that they are going to be consistent no matter the map, no matter the match. This team is always going to find those default points.
Yeah, hey, 8-Bit got 2 placement points, so I guess someone survived over there. Madkings, although on the other hand, not the start that they wanted to their journey. Godlike as well, having an early exit in that map of Miramar, will be quite upset and will be looking forward to tomorrow. But we have the overall leaderboard on our screens with Blitz Esports with their consistent runs, have taken the first position. Higgboson on the second with 35. God's Reign, they have been consistent as well, 28 points in the last 2. In the 3 games, majority of them coming from the last 2 matches. Soul is going to be there with 27 points. You have TrueRippers with 25. A chicken dinner to their name at the start. I think that performance under Wrangle was incredible, but after that there was a dip. K9 Esports on the 6th, OG on the 7th, and Team AX. While we might not have seen a lot from them in Miramar, but they still finished in the top 8.
Wow, isn't that top 8 too stacked? There's no difference in
Yes.
the points. This is so evenly placed. Nebula Esports as well, closely following up, 13 points for them. It's just Victoria Summers, Madkings.
You call the top 8 stacked, and then the next 3 teams are Nebula, Reckoning, and Godlike.
It is funny, to be honest, how Group A turns out to be one of the most exciting lobbies that we play inside of BGIS, the grind. But what remains to be seen is how many of these teams actually make it to the grand finals, because I think nothing short is expected out of these 16 teams. You are supposed to make it through the grueling stages, the elimination barriers, and make it to the grand finals. I hope majority of them will be able to do that.
I mean, and then for them on the line is an opportunity to either just completely skip those early elimination stages and move to the quarterfinals, or if you are in the bottom 8, you're gonna have to risk it all in that round 4.
Yeah. And speaking of the round 4, it's almost like the best of the best from the elimination barriers are going to come around. So that is like a position where you don't want to be in. I believe Group A, there's going to be a lot of hot-headed battles. But of course, majority of the teams, they understand that it's just the first day and the first 3 games. Tomorrow when they come back, they're going to be playing the maps of Rondo and Erangel, and we know how big of a difference maker Rondo can be.
Pretty much, because again, I think one advantage that these teams have in Group A is a few of them have coaches as well, who are going to be sitting there watching the game. So for them, it's a prep work that they have to do. It's study time for them, go against the competition, see what they're about, and then prep yourself for the quarterfinals, for round 4, or well, start prepping for the grand finals if you think you want to make it.
Well, talking about the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, a long journey awaits for all of us because it is just the start of Group B and A, of course. And what a start it has been. I am excited for sure because what is about to come tomorrow is going to be an absolute explosion. But since I talk about tomorrow, we're going to come back same place, same time. Don't go anywhere. Till then, good night.